Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with Citizen Sleeper 2. Thank you for joining us on this lovely Sunday evening, or whatever time it might find you. We will jump right back into our playthrough. We are close to the end. I said it last time as well, but we should be finishing today. I was hoping we could play some yesterday when I had some load shedding, so I didn't have any opportunity to fit it into the schedule, but we should be able to get things done today. So yeah, gonna Gonna click through here and see if we can what we can do. We have a couple of quests. I'm gonna try and mostly focus on on the main ones, like contacting Carman. But if we can take a picture or something here for a different quest, then we'll do that as well. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe I'll just warm up my voice before we start reading the whole essay. Let's see, a sketch design. You'll have to find a high window within one of the radius bridges and look down into the core of the hollow. A good spot for sketching. Alright, should we sketch a little bit? We could do 25%. What's gonna be the negative? We're gonna get stressed out from drawing? We can't get stressed out from drawing, right? That'll be weird. Okay. What do we have here? The core. Hollow heart. The hollow with its brush sharp dealers. It's intimidating to newcomers, but spend a little time here and you'll find your place. Okay. Okay, just warm up the voice there for a second. But I hope everyone is doing very well, and yeah, hope you guys enjoy. I'm gonna jump right back into that's for I think something for this one. Find the fraction ship. Okay, I think we have to do that one. So let's have a little map and refresh our dice and see if we can do that. Got some mushrooms here I forgot about. Give me some mushroom, give me some energy. Supplies, okay. I think we're good on supplies. Let me feed the cat then. Supply, and then we'll do a new cycle. A new day has dawned. Or at least however long a cycle is. Get some more mushroom. Hope for some energy, please. Hope for some energy. Right, there we go. Some energy. Oh my. Seems gonna sneeze. Oh. Do excuse me for that. Pardon. Now I'm awake. Sheesh. I am awake now. Oh, I might have another one coming, so be prepared. Goodness. Well, not sure what got into my nose there. Must be the new cycle winds. Dusty up here in this old ship. Can't fix these dice, they aren't broken. And we don't need to eat, we just got energy, don't need to sleep, we're not stressed. We just finish up doing the sketches, I think. I think I might want to use that 6 in there. But maybe I'll put the 6 here, I think it's better. This is... The other one's easier for me to get than... Okay, we found a new area. Nice. Well, hello there, Unity. Welcome. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Yep. We got the load sheds again, my dude. That we are back in the thick of it. Yeah, at least I don't think we have any load shedding for this evening. But if I do go dark, that would be the case, but I should have load shedding at 12, basically. Okay, so basically 4 hours from now. We should be good. Unless they try to do some sneaky things beforehand, but otherwise we should be good. But so good to see you there, Unity. Always good to see the Unity. we shall be continuing our journey on the, what should we call it? Citizen Sleeper. But not with these dice. These are horrific dice. Horrific. Let's end the cycle. Ooh, that's some better stuff. That's some better dice. Give me energy. Supplies is good. Supplies is good. And let's finish the sketch, yeah? We'll put the 4 on it because that'll be 6. So we can finish that sketch. Beautiful. And then let's finish the hollow heart. Yeah, all these gonna be 6s as well, so that's 2, 4, 6. Perfect. Perfect start over here. New location, the signal ship. Ah, okay. We can interpret some signals, or we can align the arrays, or we can sell some data. I think we needed the data, but I think I could sell one of them. We got, just to see how much we get from that data. 8. That's not worth it. Not worth it. Unfortunately, Unity, that's yeah, more than just the ESCOM, man. It's corruption, government corruption, people's greed, a whole lot more problems than just ESCOM. Because if it was just a simple ESCOM thing, we could have bought those stations. 20 years ago, we could have bought those power stations. We could have bought, we could have done something. But if it was easy, well, if it was easy, we would have done something, eh? Right, we have some new locations here. The Sunward Pole. We can help with repairs. Okay, I'd love to help you if I had any dice left over. And we have here, I can buy some fuel. Yes, please. May I please refuel my ship? We can buy some scrap, and we can sell some processed scrap. I'm not sure if I need to, but if we need to, then we can do it. No problem, Unity. Thanks for stopping by, huh? Always good to have you. We're gonna start be reading now, so. Yeah, we could have done it. We could have done it, but maybe in our country, nuclear is probably not the safest choice, eh? If they can't do maintenance on power lines, how do you think they're gonna do maintenance on nuclear facilities? Right? Maybe not having power is better than being underneath nuclear waste. Always look on the bright side there, Unity. I'll see you. Have a good week. Have a good week. Alright, let's take a little nap here. Maybe I'll use some... I was gonna say use my dice. I have no dice. Definitely use some of these poor dice in here just to get some energy, hopefully. Supplies, I would hope. I was actually hoping it would be less positive, more neutral. There we go, beautiful. And it's the pole would be saying, oh, we can help here. Okay, we can definitely help here. This dice we can help anywhere. Kinda don't want to waste the dice on there. In order to click a signal, oh, can we get like, what's this? Oh, cry. Okay, find contacts of the Solheim arrays respond to, making it faster and easier to gather signals. Okay, yes, this is the way to go. Yes, this is the only way to go to help with the repairs. We'll need some more dice. These dice disappear so fast. What did I do? I put them there in the energy. In the mushroom harvest. These mushrooms are proliferating so fast. Crazy. Let me use a supply so I can get some supplies. Give me energy, please. Yay! Okay, that's a good start for today. If I ask for something and it gives me something, that's great, thank you. Okay, the Conway aftermath. The worst of the damage has been repaired and the hollow pole can start to be repopulated. What do you mean? Cried Kimball. Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out of one of the sunward poles. Ram bays tucked up in the ceiling of the hollow. Though you are tired from a shift spinning ceiling leaks in the shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I have been patient, Kimball, but now, with the repairs almost done, you're telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from the doorway nearby, and as you fly past, you glance inside. Hello there, Jurgens. Hope you have a good evening. We're continuing on our reading. Unfortunately, with the load shedding, I wasn't able to stream yesterday, but back to normal. Well, continuing on the normal, but good to see you there, Jurgens. I had a lot of fun watching you guys, well, re-watching you and Cromwell doing that, the snow runner, man. Oh, I love you, like, the trick you played on him. It's kiss. You see a woman facing away, addressing the back of a man half buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mumbles something in response, though you do not catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns and spots you peering in through the doorway. She gives you a curious look. Oh, she quickly smiles. Hello. She closes the distance. I'm Cyrene. She offers a hand. I've seen you working on the repairs. She tilts her head. We appreciate your efforts. Happy to help. Cyrene looks over her shoulder at Kimball and then back at you. How do you feel? He pauses, calculating. About the war in the inner system. I don't know much about it. I'm not surprised. He leans in a little. That's how they want it to be. Did you know that the Senate stat has already started shipbuilding in Cinza? Cyrene watches you for your response. I've heard about that. Have you? Cyrene raised an eyebrow. Because the only place you would have heard it is from us. You hear a grunt from Kimball. His head still buried in the machine's innards, and it is unclear if it is in reference to what was said or just sound of repairs going poorly. We, Cyrene places a hand on her chest, are the Hellion Dispatchers, the only pirate radio station in the Starward Belt. She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on shifts in the system's power struggles and the ongoing corporate war, although the voices of the Helion system own residents. Kimball grunts again, and a shower of sparks burst from the machine behind Serene. Or at least we did, before our transmitter got fried. Serene looks suddenly crestfallen. What happened? All the repair work you've been giving your time to? That was all caused by the Conway autonomous munition trained on our scent. Serene's eye flashed with anger. A mumble comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of the way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep in the belt to hit the halo at our broadcast site? Serene turned back and hands on the hips. Kimball responded with a shrug. Either way, straight after the attack we found our gear and been tempered with sabotage. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, or just looted. Either way, we are now quiet. And when we are quiet, the war continues unobserved. Serene folds her arms and look away defeated. My crew is looking for work. I'm sure you are. As any other crew in the belt. But trust me when I say pirate radio does not pay. Serene sighs. Look, we need a new broadcast array. A better broadcast array. Serene glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we'd like. Where you get one, that's another problem. We're taking a pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. Kimball mutters something from the depths of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Serene replies. It used to be a relay station for Solheim, so it stands to reason they'd have arrays. And then there's a terminal there. Kimball's been bugging me to dig out some ancient components for him to crack open and use in his repairs. He knows what kind of repairs he'd need for those, but that's what he says. Serene looks over her shoulder at Kimball, but receives no response. You both stare at his broad shoulders for a moment as a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. Now maybe we can do a little fundraising here in the hollow. What we can get, we'd happily hand over. Serene shakes her head, but I'm telling you now, it won't be a lot. Well, I'll see what I can do. We appreciate it. The people of Helion System would appreciate it. She glances over her shoulder. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. You leave Serene and Kimball to the repairs, making note of the engine components and wideband array they will need to get back on the air. It's hard to tell if the job will be worth our time, but then again, as someone as knowledgeable as Serene might be a useful asset. Okay. So, you can find an array. We can also repair the transmitter. What do we need for that? It's these ones, ancient components. Okay. I can help with that. Should I get something for that? Okay, so I need the array for the other part. Okay, easy enough. Good thing I used that before. Maybe we wasted it somewhere. But Jurgen, you need to make a video on that. Oh yes, you definitely need to. That's gonna be a fun video. I can't wait for that. Can't wait. Okay, so I think I'll spend that last dice we have here, maybe getting some, interpreting some signals, or sure which is the best place to use it from. 13 is average. And then you can jump over here to the Aphelion Beacon. Okay, we take Eugen, and maybe would say the cadet, but she has like the same skills that I do. Depends what we need. Depends what we need, but I don't know. So maybe this one is. Yeah, okay. Eugen is probably best bet, or maybe Nia. Junie. Yeah. 271. Looking good. Thank you there, Jurgens. Thank you. Well, thank you for everyone who has been subscribing lately. It's been going swimmingly. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe something I'm doing. I doubt it though. But thank you there, Jurgen. We're coming up to the beacon site now. That often brings a ship into place. Signal's pretty weak though. He turns in his chair, which is what we get for chasing 10,000 cycloid leads that got a lot of people killed. Since you explained the situation to Seraphim, he hasn't gotten any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Eugen. Oh, hello there, Bobcats. Welcome. How are you doing there, sir? How's your evening? I hope you're doing well. I hope you and your family is doing well. I hope everyone's doing well. Okay, we are still busy reading here, Bobcat. So bear with me. Hope you guys enjoy it. Seraphim shuts down the engine and turns to Eugen. Time for you to go have a poke around in those rocks we have had at the scattered of asteroids. Enjoy. Eugen barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since he left the hollow. It's not something you've seen before. Let's suit up and find the beacon. He pats you on the shoulder. Louis said it's the first of the trial, so the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointed to the next, the better. Enough messing around. He kicks off and glides out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. Junie says if it's a signal we are tracing, then we should think about trying to triangulate it. Junie stares out of the cockpit at the sparse grey rocks. No point just wandering around and finding whatever else the beacon planter left for overly curious travellers. It has to be on the trail of a piece of history, though. If the Aphelion path was real, well, Junie smiles. It'd be quite the find. Junie turns and follows Eugen to the airlock. It's just you and Seraphim left in the cockpit. He taps on the console, ignoring you. You think this is a bad idea? Seraphim turns. Me? He mockingly puts a finger on his own chest. Look, he gets serious for a second. People have been searching for this thing since the Solheim collapse. That's a lot of desire directed at one hidden drive. Objects like that tend to get people in trouble, Seraphim sighs, at least in my experience. So take it slow, and keep your eye on Eugen. Seraphim turns back to the console, busying himself with his diagnostics. You turn and leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trial that should, all being well, end at the ticket out of the entire system. Well, let's see. I'm not so sure about that as well. You're doing good there, Bobcat. Excellent, man. Excellent. Not too bad. Not too bad a weekend I had. Maybe a little too much stuck in my own mind, but otherwise pretty good there, Bobcat. Alright, let's see what the beacon here is. The beacon region. Let's see what we got here. The beacon location. The beacon's location is marked by debris or radiation. You'll have to search it out to find the path ahead. Alright, we can search some rocks if we use our friend here. 100%. Okay, 3 points in the beacon. And we can put some triangulations. The beacon signal is weak and dispersed, but with some work it might be possible to determine its precise location. Combining multiple layers of signal analysis reaps rewards. Almost there. Almost halfway, you mean? I think this one might be more risky, but I think it makes the most sense. Excellent. Despite the debris, a direct search is providing faster than scanning the region. I'm thinking of doing that. I think that's probably not terrible. If we get some stress, then I'll leave it there. I think I'll use the rest on mushrooms. Gotta use these supplies so I can get more. Oh. Okay, no need to feed the animal. Okay, that's useful. Use some energy. Well, that's also pointless. Okay, so the supplies are going to be essentially. Essentially. Right, that's not too bad. I could roll better, but this guy's got some nice searching rocks. We can search some rocks again. +3. Very good. Alright, what's next, Eugen says? We got a new location. The Aphelion Beacon. Ah, we found a beacon on one of these asteroids. The beacon contains the coordinates of the next beacon. The beacon contains the coordinates for the beacon and the trail. You just need to extract them. Alright. Easy peasy. With these nice rolls, that's 100%. Give me some good numbers, please. +2, okay. I'll take at least 4 dice. If I put mine over here, you can analyze. The site where the beacon is planted shows signals of a ship landing excavation. Perhaps analyzing the remains would help. And if we have +2, that's going to be 100%. So. You have the vector of the next beacon. Time to follow the trail. We're in. Eugen nods at the data report. Deep inside the body of the beacon, he peers through the suit to explain at it. You have part of the plating removed, and you are pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot a drive. I've got this. Eugen takes out the thumbnail drive and slots in. Easy as can be. A smile flickers across his face. You peer into the beacon. It has been a delicate job getting the security access and the system knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step, but it all seems to have passed without incident. Got it. Eugen pulls the dry and thumbs you on the shoulder. Let's head to the next one. Look alive down there. Seraphim voice comes over the comms. We've got a ship on approach. We need to make ourselves scarce. You and Eugen exchange looks. The singers! We kick off and glide towards the ship, but Eugen goes in the other direction. You wonder what he is doing for a second, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into its metal shell. He pulls a tool from his suit belt and caves in the beacon with an anger that chills you. And then he's done. The beacon just another chunk of debris in the shells. He joins you in the cockpit. Sort of gives you a look, but doesn't say a word. He just silently taps on the new coordinates. You look across at Eugen, his expression fixed and his eyes cold. Then Seraphim fires up the drive. Let's move. Nice thinking, smashing that signal. Sure, beep wakes you from your stargazing. What was that? Seraphim looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sounds all over the ship. A terminal screen flicker, some of them not coming back on. You hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship. Some kind of pulse, an engine weapon. Seraphim slaps the side of his flickering terminal until it stabilizes. On it, you see a red dot moving further away from the center of the circle. The ship is accelerating away. Seraphim taps at his console, bringing up the transponder information. He turns to Eugen with a hard stare. It's Vesna. Eugen shakes his head. Got it in one? Seraphim grits his teeth. The limb hound registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on the keyboard. Don't break your keyboard there, buddy. How did she find us? How? Because Eugen is a sloppy operator. That's how. Seraphim shakes his head and starts working on the drive system. Now we're stranded. She knocked out our drive. Must have been waiting for us, Seraphim sighs. We'll need to get it activated as quickly as we can. Eugen is up from his seat, peering out of the window at the large rock floating just outside. The beacon has to be there, Vesna cracked it and then waited for us to catch up. He was trying to dissuade us. Well, she's done a pretty good job. Seraphim scrolls through the layers of drive diagnostics. Give up now? Eugen glances at you. We're so close. We're right. Seraphim sniffs but says nothing. The singers are out there too. If we are lucky, they will cancel each other out. Eugen goes to leave the cockpit. We decrypt the beacon and fix the drive. No distractions. Eugen kicks off and glides out of the cockpit towards the airlock. I knew this was going to get complicated, Junie sighs, but we have to keep the fine at the end of the trial in mind. To let it fall into incurious hands, she shakes her head. We need to be the ones to claim it. Look, Seraphim turns in his seat. We're in this now, no way back, only forward. But the moment this goes south, and it will, I'll pull you out and we are leaving. Whatever Eugen wants to back out or not, Seraphim meets your eyes. He's serious. I understand. Seraphim nods, saying nothing. Seraphim turns back to his console. This is as far as he is concerned, is your problem to fix. Alright, we have a disabled drive and the beacon. Maybe we fix the drive first, depending on what is needed. Engineering, I can work with that. And the beacon, also engineering. Right, looks good for me. And the other one is interface, perfect. Junie can work on that. Okay, I might want to start like with that. Okay, let's see if we can activate this drive again. You won't be getting far without the disabled drive. Time to get it started again however you can. We can force it to start up. We'll get tinkering with the drive with no time to waste. Physically forcing it to restart might be the best option. Eugen smacks it over the Smacks it. I think I'll try to be more delicate and see if we can bypass the system. Bypassing the entire control system of the drive and triggering it manually is a drastic option, but time is short. Okay, I think I'll spend all of mine in here, and maybe we can use Judy's nice on that other section. So this is at least 50-50. Some stress, I don't like that. Gonna break our dice. Oof. Double stress. It's not good at all. Not good at all. We can start the final vector. The final vector is contained in this beacon, the last hurdle before you reach the fractal drive. That's gonna be a little bit difficult. Let's take a rest. Maybe I'll use ooh. I think I'll have to use my own ones in there. It's weird, but it works. Energy supplies would have been better, but it's fine. Get some new dice and see what we can do with them. Okay, not terrible rolls. Okay, let's bypass this and get that system drive up. The rig drive is running once more. There's no time to lose. Okay, and Eugen can help us there with decrypting that signal. And I'll spend mine trying to rewire the beacon. Beacons are becoming familiar. A little rewiring. And then you have the vector for the final beacon. Seraphin punches the final set of coordinates into his console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics. On the rig drive, everything comes up green. Atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Eugen's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scattered rocks. His goal in reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, one that can take your ship, any ship out of the system and beyond, one that can forge a path through the surrogate systems few can take. Freedom, both from the system's politics and the structure of power that dominate the passage of people through the colonized space. The problem with such a lofty ambition is that it is infectious, seductive. It is desirable enough to draw people out, bring them to their absolute limit. You have seen that in Eugen. The singers too are shaped by that desire, and Vesna, any steely-eyed captain you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? Let's find out, shall we? Here you are, moored around a remote and airless rock. A scattering of debris concealing the objects of great value, and a system spiraling into war. With the last year, Seraphim shut down the drive, but at least no one started shooting. Vesna wouldn't kill us as the last resort. Eugen looks out at the rock. Singers I'm less sure about. Reassuring. Seraphim deadpans. So what now? We walk out there and start digging? What do you think, Eugen? You turn to face Eugen, but he is already gone. You get after him. That of him shakes his head. I'm going to keep the rig warm. I get the feeling we are going to need it. Going to be needing it. Oh, my bad. As you glide out of the cockpit, you hear the airlock cycling. Eugen is already out. You speed up, grabbing a suit and wrestling it on as you head for the airlock. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape, the twisted parts of a facility or ship corroded beyond recognition. It juts up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out two figures in suits, standing a fair distance apart in the middle of a loose cycle of debris. You glide down towards them. Specking of loose gravel and decaying metal bounces off your suit as you do. Now, a voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over the open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them now, the two figures, Vesna and the leader of the singers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain. Vesna's arm just out of her body, her hand resting on the object on her hip, a weapon. Keep your distance, sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This forsaken rock is crowded enough as it is. We've set foot here first. The claim is ours by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arm at his hip and his palms upturned. And I suspect we are also the best equipped to find the fraction drive and put it into use. Anyone's judgment, business scoffs. Who do you see out here to validate your claims? He gestures at the rock strewn void with one hand, her other firmly on the grip of her handgun. The sleeper is our witness here. Peter turns to you slowly. I am sure there will be a variety claim. I have no idea. Vesna laughs. Well, at least someone here still has integrity. You look between the two of them, searching their faces for an intent, an opening, anything. Vesna's ocular implant gives nothing away, but the visible tension in her gun arm suggests failing patiently. Peter, meanwhile, projects an atmosphere of considered calm, but there is a violence behind his benign smile, and a crew of singers somewhere out there in the dark. Oh my. We can try to take the drive? Or we can address Vesna, or we can address Peter. I am inclined to say this one. I am not one to pick sides, unless the side is my own. Vesna raises a single eyebrow above her middle eye. Then you will have to come and take it. Her arm tenses. The shot is silent, its direction unclear, but its effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suit explodes in a geyser of escaping oxygen. She spins, clutching at the wound to clamp it close. As she does, you see the shot graze there, splitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact. Might want to run and get that fix, Vesna. Eugen slips out of the shadows of the piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun at his hip. What are you doing? Claiming what's mine. Eugen's eyes are fixed on Peter as he moves slowly closer. You son of a bee! Vesna is doubled over, unable to take her hand away from the hole in her suit without risking immediate depressurization. Eugen draws alongside you, his eyes still on Peter. Time to turn yourself around, get in that ship of yours, and go back to wherever you crawled out from. You glance at Vesna. There is a spout of oxygen spewing out from her suit, leaking between her fingers. She doesn't have long. We can't abandon this claim. Peter shows his open arms. For the Stinger to survive, we must leave this system behind. There is no way for us to support ourselves here. Our mood's gone, eaten up by war. The belt has to be next. You may as well shoot me here if you are not going to let me take the drive. This is my people's future. Well, Eugen shifts his shoulders. If you insist. Sleeper, we have an incoming. A lot of incoming. You glance at Eugen. He is hearing the message too. A whole load of convoy ships are approaching this location. Conway, what are they doing here? I'm not about to radio and ask them, Seraphim's voice distorts. But it's not hard to imagine that news of this fraction drive has reached further than anyone wanted. You look across at Peter and see his lip moving, but hear nothing. He is talking to his crew. A moment later, you hear a click as he switches back to the open channel. If you hear what I just heard, then you know we're out of time. Peter looks deadly serious now, his face of diplomatic calm having fallen away. We Seers are the only crew who can pull the fraction drive out before the convoys arrive. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of this system's biggest enemy. Sleeper, Seraphim hisses over the cons. Get back to the rig. No! Eugen cuts in. You aren't sure if he is responding to Seraphim, Peter, or both. Drive is ours. I have worked too hard and come too far to let it go now. He raises a long gun to his shoulder. You're all insane! Vesna spits out of the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I'll leave you to your graves. She kicks off from the lock, arcing towards the crimson shape of the Limhound. Eugen doesn't even watch her go. You see something flaring in his eyes, a dark drive with no other resolution. We can try and talk him down, but I have no skill in such a venture. I'm gonna have to leave Eugen behind. He showed me a side of him that I don't want anymore. You turn back from Peter and Eugen and kick off hard from the dusty rock. As you glide towards the rig, you look back to see Eugen launching himself for cover of the debris. The scattered particles across the dusty plain, indicating projectiles launched from both sides. You can see the singers now, so many of them, their matte black suits concealing them against the void, but not the pale rock. They are appearing out of the scrap, aiming long guns at Eugen's position. You see a puff of oxygen as one of them is hit and spins wildly away from the rock, traveling on a deadly vector into the waiting void. You hit the open airlock, slamming hard into the interior door. In moments, it is cycled, and you pull off your suit and head for the cockpit. Seraphim's console screen is filled with red pulses, the signature of convoy drone ships bearing down on this lonely rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You are thankful for that, at least. There is no time for glib remarks. You take one look at the Aphelion Path's final resting place, now cloaked in clouds of fresh dust that obscure the violence taking place on its surface. And then the drive kicks in and you leave its inhabitants to their fates. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow. No one eager to speak about what happened out there in the shoals. Even Seraphim, who rarely has a good word to say about Eugen, is silent, tapping away at the engine shutdown with comfortably routine monitors. About Eugen. You try to imagine that might be happening on the rock you fled from. Your mind oscillates between improbable heroism and chilling violence. Eugen fighting off the Singers and taking their ship. Eugen joining with the Singers against Conway and holding the rock. Eugen cut to pieces by the Singers' weapons. The entire rock emulated by Conway's ordnance. You shake the image from your head. You know how dangerous it is to dwell on those things. You feel the sudden urge to be somewhere loud and busy to drown out your thoughts. You pass through the airlock into the Hollow, taking a busy drone of the radius markets. You enter them like a swimmer dropping into deep water, allowing yourself to become swallowed up. You float in the noise. Sleeper! Louis' voice snaps you from your reverie. You're back. Did you find the you-know-what? He glances around nervously. Where's Eugen? He's gone. What do you mean? Louis sees the depths of your expression. He opens his mouth and closes it again. No words come. So the bastard's gone. You see a glittering tear form at the corner of Louis' eye and drift away, spinning in 0G. He doesn't acknowledge it. Sorry, he pauses. Something was bound to catch up with him. He swallows again, running out of words. He might have made it. Louis laughs weakly. He's always been slippery. Silence falls between the two of you now. A silence filled with the hum of the radius markets. Louis watches the people file past, clearly considering something. I think, he smiles a weak smile. This is over for me. He frowns at the crowd. I don't want to do this anymore. The scramble, the struggle for the scraps of a long-dead corporate corpse. It's not a future. Not one that I want. He looks at you, his eyes wet. Basic signals mean tracking the kind of tech people kill for. Tracking boundaries to their hidden refugees. It's a job that ensures the pass always catches up, no matter the distance made. I can choose to take a different path, he looks down. I'm not sure I was ever cut out for this anyway. What will you do? Find work? He rubs his hand together. It's suddenly cold. I'd still have some debts to pay, but if I can make some cryo with a crew, then I can move on. You look at Louis, desperate and struggling, but eager to free himself. Perhaps he could do so as part of your crew. But who is this signal tracer, and what do you know about him? You can join our crew. We have space now. Louis blinks rapidly at the offer. I'm sure if you're serious. I would. He coughs and starts again. I would be very grateful for that. He smiles and then looks away, frowning. I will get the few things I have and then join you in the dock. He turns back. Thank you. He shakes his head. You will not regret it. He turns now and pushes off into the slowly passing crowd. In a few moments, he has disappeared. Just another figure in the flow of the belt. attempting to steer themselves towards a better future. Something you feel glad that all this might still lead to a future for someone. You think of Fusion one final time, and then turn away and head back to the rig. Okay, we still have to travel to Almera. See if we can get some. Give us some supplies, please. Okay, nice, some mushroom supplies. Then I'll see if I can buy some fuel. And then what are we gonna do then? We have to find that signal array. That's okay. Let's see the map here. Okay, we gotta go to Olomira. Okay, let's go. Off we go. You find Olivera exactly where Anchor said it would be. A ragged colony nestled in the crater on one of the biggest rocks of the shoals. Seraphim gets no response to his terminal broadcast, and so you find yourself in the docking tunnel, the rig to one end, the colony to another, with no idea what awaits you. Greetings, nerd dragon nerd, sir. Welcome, how are you doing? How are you doing there, nerd dragon? Greetings, mortals. The dragon himself blesses us with his warm, fiery embrace. Hopefully we'll be finishing up the Citizen Sleeper today. As long as we don't get blown up, we should be good. But always good to have you there, nerd dragon. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Doing good? I hope so. You need to get back to the ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, a figure in front of you holding a long gun at the hip. I'm serious. Your eyes adjust to the dark. As they do, you see a man, no, a boy, carrying a long dark shape in his hands. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now and forget this place. You glance over your shoulder and see Seraphim, his hands raised in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we mean you no harm. How about you go run and get someone? I am someone. I am Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I'll decide who is gonna do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumbs on a lamp that he has lashed there. You blink in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of conscious confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eyes and look of shock and opens his mouth as to speak, though no words emerge. Akita sent me. You notice the familiar name registered with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes talking in your sleeper body. His gun dropped a little as he takes his attention off it. Is this? He looks between you and Seraphim. Are you here for Flint? He pulls the gun closer to him. I'll be honest, kid, I have no idea who you are talking about. Seraphim allows himself to drift a little forward. So how about you drop the gun and we can talk like adults? As Seraphim floats past you, he gives you a look that makes me nervous. The dragon, you're saying you've been practicing some combos? In JoJo Bizarre Adventures, Requiem, Swerve, JoJo Bizarre Adventures, Heritage for the future of the asteroid. Oh my. Some combos, you say? Okay. Seems interesting. Wonder what we're gonna say here. What are we gonna say? We're just here to deliver something. I think that's fair. Xander? The voice echoes along the dock bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind Xander. A young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found these two trying to sneak in. Cadence? Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphim as he speaks. Saboteurs, maybe. Was about to send them on their way, Xander grins. I assure you, we are not saboteurs, miss. Seraphim smiles at Cadence. Cadence sighs and glides to Xander. Stop messing around with that welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hand, and as she does, both of you and Xander reflexively flinch. Cadence looks at the two of you with raised eyebrows and turns the gun so you can see it better. You notice the fuel tank and welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. Seraphim looks at Xander and rolls his eyes. Seriously? Cadence lowers the welder to her side and turns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Carmen and Flint. Something's happening. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turned to face Cadence, putting his back to you, as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean something happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Cadence raised her hands reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship, but we should check in anyway. We have to get them. Xander grabs the welder back and slings it over his shoulder. In what, Xander? Cadence sighs. They took our only functioning ship. The tender tide still in pieces in the hangar. Seraphim gives you a nudge and nods towards Cadence and Xander. This is our chance. We have a ship. Xander wheels around in the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphim moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs your help. He looks between the two of them. So how about we stop messing around in this dingy tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back at Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not the only people on Oliveira. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They're here now. Cadence looks at Seraphim. And they are generously offering to help. He smiles sheepishly. Fine. Xander folds his arms. But I'm coming with you. Fine by us. Seraphim shakes his head and looks at you. Come on then. You both turn and head back into the ship. Seraphim whispering as you do. What kind of backwater Ankita has sent us to? He sighs. The kid thinks he's some kind of sheriff. No Dragon saying, by the way, this game can be played in LAN, so you can run your own stream LAN party. That would be pretty hilarious to see. Oh, that sounds fun, eh, No Dragon? We haven't done LAN in ages. Man, I miss LANs, eh? Sure. Miss those days. We used to have flags at the church. Funny, but those were awesome. Let's just find Carmen. Seraphim nods, agreed. Who are we talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphim. His mood seems... How do you say that? Buoyed? So I'm not sure how to say that. Buoyed by the prospects of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Oliveira. You! Seraphim snickers. Xander looks genuinely hurt for a second. Wait up. You turn back to see Cadence lighting up the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies. She glances at Xander, just in case. Seraphim cuts in. I'll give you a hand. That alright, Sleeper? We'll be there in a second. He looks at you. You pause, but Seraphim doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation as he Cadence head back into the dock. You can slightly throw off his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you've actually seen him be welcoming to anyone coming on board the ship. When you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the consoles and switches. Cool ship, he grins. After a short wait, Cadence and Seraphim comes back into the cockpit, all loaded up. Seraphim pats Xander on the shoulder. Might want to strap in there, kid. Xander and Cadence find a place to settle as Seraphim buckles himself into the flight seat. Alright, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. And we're off. You head out into the shoals, the thick debris film that surrounds Oliveira. What's happening here, Sleeper? Bliss pokes their head into the cockpit as Seraphim brings the ship towards the signal coordinates Xander gave him. You look around the cockpit. Xander stepping at the co-pilot console mounted on his seat in a haphazardly way, while Cadence is asking Seraphim about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphim is responding with patience and care. These fine people are going to help us find Carmen. If you say so. Bliss looks over at Seraphim and Cadence. Is Seraphim smiling? They shake their head. Something is going on. Bliss turns back to you. Junie is working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to our messages. He's probably in the wall somewhere, hooked up to the main line. Their smile, a weak smile. I'm here, so what about you tell me what we are doing out in the middle of nowhere? Quiet. Seraphim voice cuts through the chatter. Is that? He gestures out into the debris field at a sparkling, ragged-looking shape tucked inside a rock. Xander rushes up to the cockpit glass. Carmen! A moment of tense silence grips the room. That's his ship. You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. I'll bring her in. Seraphim's eyes are fixed on the wreck of the crumpled ship now. We don't know anything yet, so everyone calm down. Xander is silent, his face pressed against the glass. Cadence stares out at the wreck, cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. Alright, now we are going out there, and we'll have to poke around. Seraphim looks between Cadence and Xander. We verify the ship and we recover the crew. Seraphim gives you and Bliss a nod, and you both push off to glide towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly Xander pushes off from the window and glides with you out of the cockpit. I'm coming too. You need someone to identify the ship. To identify... Stop and takes a breath. Are you sure? I'm sure. Sandy gets the word in and then pushes on ahead towards the airlock. We follow behind, ready to suit up and investigate the wreck. Alright, so I have no choice who I take with me on this quest, okay? Okay, so we investigate Carmen's ship. Oh wow, it looks like it's sliced in half. If you want to have any hope of recovering Carmen and the Flint, dead or alive, you'll need to start the wreck and work your way out. We can go for reconstructing the events. A crippled ship holds torn and hull, and a missing crew. With some thoughts and careful assessment, perhaps this wreck tells a story. I think I'll start with that. I can use Xander to search the ship. The simplest way to find out what's happening is a full search of the gutted ship. But there's no easy task when part of it has been blasted to debris. Okay. The search reveals a railgun slug embedded in the interior structure of the ship. Who did this? And I'll put a couple points in reconstruction. This one is still 50-50. I'll probably want to spend everything, obviously, but I was just thinking if I could save this dice, that would be great, but rather get in here. You have sense of what's happened here. It's time for a difficult conversation. Uh-oh. The search of Carmen's gutted ship has impacted the mood in the rig. As more and more evidence of the attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has got, and the more Cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now, with the search complete, you are gathered in the cockpit to discuss what's been found. Come on, Cadence floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. Xander is perched on the back of one of the seats, looking at some hinged container he found in the wreck. Open and closed, open and closed. I'm gonna explain it carefully. You start by summarizing the search, talking about the details, picking your language carefully. You describe the damage to the ship, but not the attack. You talk about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. Seraphim quickly cuts in. What Sleeper is saying, gives you a look, is that the ship was hit with a weapon of fire badly. Then the drive was fired up, and they attempted to flee. The drive burned out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and bits of debris, came to halt here. He takes a breath. We found no bodies. At the mention of the word bodies, a shudder runs through these assembled. Then they are here somewhere. Xander has a steady look in his eyes, and we find them, whatever state they are in. He looks at Cadence. He nods back at him. Xander's right, we aren't leaving them out there. Carmen made Olivera what it is. He saved us and won't come back without him. He shivers and looks at Xander. He would do the same for us. Based on the damage of the ship, Seraphim begins. They're almost certainly dead. We get it, Xander cuts him off. But there are debris trails leading away from the ship. I've seen them. They are. Seraphim holds his hands out in a calming manner. but those could be from secondary explosions or depressurization. We picked the wrong trail and it could lead us in a cycle after cycle. Then we picked the right one. Cadence has Xander's steely looking now too. He stares directly at Seraphim, challenging him to answer back. He sighs. Then that's what we'll do. He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happens here, we won't be leaving until you see its end. Alright. Seems to be 3 trails. I think this one makes most sense to me, closer to the asteroids. But any way is possible, I guess. It's also possible that the game will only reveal the right decision after we've gone through all of them. But let's see what we need. Explore the debris. Map the debris. One of these trails is possible to know which is the right one without exploring them further. Okay, so that's the same thing, and that's the same as well. Right, yeah, so it would have been great if I could have chosen my team here. Nerd Dragon? Asking what are we planning to play next? Oh, we put some spoilers out the other day as well. I'm not sure if you heard them, but we are planning something that released quite recently in the game about magic, about academy, about training some magicians. Don't know if I want to spoil it yet, but it seems very interesting. It was an early access for a while, and I just released into 1.0. So cool, I'm very excited to check it out. I played the demo on stream about a year, maybe more than ago. So excited to check it out. It's called Mind Over Magic. Okay, I think we'll start over here. But it seems I need to take a little nap first. Maybe I'll use mine. Maybe I'll get some energy. Just want to make sure the mushrooms don't spread too badly. Sounds like Hogwarts Legacy, but oh, that new Avowed. No, not Avowed. Not Hogwarts Legacy. We already played Hogwarts Legacy. That's actually one of the first games we streamed back in the day. But yeah, it's called Mind Over Magic. It's a little indie game where it's kind of like if you think about Fallout Shelter. So you build rooms, and you send rooms where your little magicians will live and sleep and craft and make magic and spells, and then you can send them to the Under Academy, which is like a dungeon where you can send these trained up magicians of yours to fight monsters and stuff. It's very exciting. I can't wait. So we got some reading to get through here, Nerd Dragon, so if you don't mind me. Let us see. Guess we'll start over there. Ma, you seem to like some magic and stuff. I enjoy it. I enjoy magic every now and again. Well, I can't say just magic stuff, but I like all kinds of. I'm gonna have to risk it. I like space stuff. Ooh. I like space. I like fantasy. I like magic. I like historical stuff. I like. Oh man, I like too much stuff there, Dragon. Too much stuff. Okay, let's get that one 100%. Make sure we can get that one. Okay, let's see if that's the right way. This isn't leading us anywhere, Sleeper. Bliss's voice comes over the comms. I'm sorry, but we have to call it. You look out at the scattered debris gleaming in the sunlight. Bliss is right. This trail is going nowhere. If Carmen and Flint did head out from this ship this way, there's no way you'll find them. And if they didn't, there are still more places to look. Bliss interrupts your thoughts. We won't give up on them yet. You think of Xantha and Cadence and how they might feel right now. The search must continue. Well then, let's try. If we're gonna choose this one, then I'll pick this one. It's always better to change your mind. Okay, I think we'll put that one in there. Explore the debris field. Oh, the Dark Magician. Gwavasig Negrum. Funny you say that. Funny you say that. Actually, I did actually have a Dark Magician, a Necrophia Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Funny you said that. The first Yu-Gi-Oh deck that I built myself when I was a kid, I got those. I got the Yu-Gi-Oh starter pack, and then from that pack I got a couple of booster packs and stuff, and I got myself a Necrophia, and that one you summon by basically sacrificing fiends that are in the graveyard, and you can summon like a special summon them. Really fun deck. And then they had Dark Magicians in there and Magician Knives and hold up, we're playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Many years ago. That's right, many years ago. I did try to get back into it a couple of years ago. My sister's husband, he was playing it for a bit, and I got myself like a deck. It was it's like a mechanical dragon, not dragon, like a robot-y type of deck. But it was a little bit tricky for me to get back into it. I would have to dive back into it again. All the new mechanics was a little bit much for me. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Just droning threes is not great. Not great. How do you make like a dragon? Okay, maybe Bliss, maybe you can help. No. Maybe, nope. Either way, let's explore some debris. Once you get out hard in, Yu-Gi-Oh is a cult pretty much, but not real power creep. Oh, the power creepisms. Oh yes, yeah, that is one sad thing, ain't it, Drain? Like if I want to take my constructed deck, my Dark Magician Fiend deck, and try to play someone that with a new deck, or even 2-3 year old deck. Mine is like 10 years old, but if I have to play with someone with a new one, then they will just by default just win me. but that's how it really goes with any kind of card game. Like a lot of cards get optimized, things get adjusted and changed, and that's just the nature of card games. That is why you have normally they like in Magic, they play on seasons, so you play with the last couple of releases. So only that is going to be the mainstream cards you play with. I'm not sure if Yu-Gi-Oh does something like that. I didn't really play it like competitively. I played Magic competitively. I did go into trying to do nationals and stuff for a couple of years. I did try that. That was kind of fun. One year I actually went to Johannesburg to compete. Had some fun there. Well, that one doesn't seem to be the way either. But you're definitely right. The power creep is pretty crazy. I think I'll take a rest. Maybe, hopefully, we can get some supplies back. Some energy, not really what I'm looking for. You played some Magic too? Yes, I did play some Magic. I've played a lot of card games in my day. I love card games. I think my favorite card game has to be Duel Masters. Duel Masters is still, in my mind, the best card game ever made, because it takes Magic and it combines like other card games into it, and it just makes it simpler. Because every card can be used as mana, and instead of like in Magic, you can only use mana cards for mana, land cards for mana. But in the Duel Masters, you can use any card, and I just think it's a shame it's not as popular over here as it is in other places or other card games. It's a bit of a shame, but it'll always be a good memory for me. Okay, let's have a nap. I'm gonna have to try and get some energy back, some supplies back here. Give me some supplies, please. Give me some supplies. Okay, easy. Let's do another, please. Another, please. And another one. And another one. Okay, should be pretty simple going through the debris field now. Okay, this one, 100%. Give me a shot, Xander says. +3. Very well done. That should be what we need. Let's see what we get. Oh, need one more. One of 3 possible trails. The debris is mapped and the conclusion is clear. This is dead end. The crew went elsewhere. Impossible. The trail is dead, Sleeper. Said from size over the comms. This is going nowhere. We have to agree. Picking through the debris has been nothing but an exercise of futility, and now coming to a dead end. You aren't even sure if there's anything you have to find out there at all. Loop back to one of the other trails, Sleeper, Seraphim pauses. We're going to keep going. What else can we do? You just hope for Xander and Caitlin's sake you find something soon. Oh, there's another trail. Okay. Give us some good news there, Blitz. The caves are dark and winding. A bit of luck and some careful exploration means good progress. Right, we're gonna have to rest and get some new dice. Okay, easy peasy. Use all those 4 dice. Guess I'll use all mine, or is there anyone else that can help? Oh, you can help. You... Probably safer just to do that. Don't want to risk any more stress. There's a light in the dark, flickering and fading. We found something. When the Starward Trail led us to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew, but after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, that hope seems to have been snuffed out. Xander has struggled on in silence, only speaking up to update Cadence on the lack of news via the cockpit comms links. But he speaks now, quietly at first, and then with increasingly urgence. A light, sleeper, I see a light. And with that, he kicks off hard from the wall and darts down the dark tunnel with reckless speed. You follow, but the tunnels are winding, and you quickly lose Xander around the corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap, but when you come around with that same corner, you can't find Xander anywhere. And then you see it through a slit in the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it and see scratches and chunk scraped out of the rock. Someone has dragged something through here. See if I can call out to Xander. You click your comms to Xander's channel and call out to him. Nothing but static and silence greets you. A flashing red light on your comms panel suggests the signal isn't getting through. You push away some of the floating rock and squeeze yourself through the gap. As you do, you watch a light pulses inside of the cave, setting the cracks and shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. And then you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There, beside the fading emergency lamp, floats a body, its head instantly striking as a strange and misshapen. You know immediately this must be Carmen. His head is shrouded in an emergency helmet, inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floats nearby, attached by a tube. His eyes are closed, his body still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest to see the telltale rise and fall. And then the light catches something else, something broken, a skeletal nearby, a face bright with bright eyes watching you. A sleeper, another sleeper. They watch you with lit irises. One's just like yours. Their tall face revealed no emotion. They pose crouched, coiled even, like a spring ready to strike. You are both frozen, unsure, afraid nothing moves. Their eye traces the damage to your suit to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others, if they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to now. Carmen! Xander's picking voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall, like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene, to save Xander from the skeletal figure, but the sleeper falls on the others to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float, stunned, watching as Xander begins to carry Carmen's body from the cave, with Flint, the sleeper, guiding him. Carmen is stable. Kaden comes out from the room that has become a makeshift medbay. She looks between you and Seraphim. Thanks to you. And Flint? Kaden pauses, choosing her answer carefully. Flint is in there with Carmen. They seem to be functional. She looks away. If that's what you mean. We should head back to Oliveira. Seraphim cuts in. He places a hand on your shoulder and steers you away towards the cockpit. Once you are out of earshot, Seraphim turns to you. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No. Seraphim nods. He pauses. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised, that's all. Seraphim glances back toward the medbay. They look different. Different how? Seraphim sighs, unsure of his words. Just never seen a sleeper look like that. He looks away. I'll go get her started up. He pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye on them, okay? He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. Flint is the first sleeper you have met since the escape of the program, and at this point, those memories are like more than fragmented in fiction. As the rumble of the dryer runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. We'll be set up straight so we can do some ergonomics. Alright, let's see if we can maybe get some supplies. Can we get some supplies, please? Energy, no, that's really what I need. Energy, not what I need. Let's get out of here though. Let's see what we got here. You are left alone with Xander and Seraphim in the dock while Carmen is carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of the Oliveira's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you. Xander shrugs his shoulders. Seraphim raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs. He shoots you a sheepish grin. Although, you never know. Appreciate it? No problem. He nods to you with a kind of seriousness that only children possesses. Tell me, kid. Seraphim folds his arms. Why are you so protected of this place? I mean, no offense, but who would want to sabotage a tin-pot colony on the middle of the shoals? Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger. You don't get it. Oliveira is a refuge. Why do you think we're hiding all the way out here? He glances at you and then back at Seraphim. I would have thought you'd understand. That's at stake here. You've seen Flint? Seraphim pauses, unsure how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence. Look, Glenn says. Playing the peacemaker, you brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Oliveira will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit and get a feel for the place? If you need to resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you'll get your share. He bows his head a little. We're more welcoming than we appear. Just don't expect to buy anything with those chits of yours. Xander puts his hands on his hips. Olivera is not for sale. Seraphim shrugs. Alright, kid, He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until Common is back up and awake. Anyway, I think we'll be glad for the rest. I'll see you around then. Xander touches his brow in a salute and then kicks away, floating out of the docks. Seraphim turns to you. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. We need to speak to Common. For sure. He stretches. But Common isn't going anywhere. We've got time. He winks and glides away into Olivera proper. You are left floating in the docks, unsure on what comes next. It doesn't seem like Lane is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather, at least until you can break Hita's drive to Common. You turn that little thumbnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Olivera has to offer. Did someone say saboteur? Not this time. Not this time, no, Ryan. Actually, there was a point where we had to break into someone's shop and steal some pipes. We had to do that at some point in the game. That was pretty saboteur-esque. Well, let's see what we can find here, you know, Dragon. And talking about, did you see me shooting that bird? I made a little short of a pigeon flying in front of me trying to shoot someone out of the tower in Saboteur. Right, so we gotta wait here. We gotta wait, oh, not long, just a couple cycles. As you leave the rig, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrive. Is that him again? Oh, it's Flint. Where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall. You now out of the battered suit you first saw them in. The damage to their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you're still aware of it, just beneath the surface. Some scrap sorting? Same. Flint nods in the direction of the colony. I'll join you. You float together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous, as their insistence on intercepting you this cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How did you end up here? Flint stares ahead. Continue their glide. Same as everyone else in Olivera. Common found me. The mention of Common's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamp. In those deep and dwindling caves, you suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look. Their mask-like face betrays no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as both move through the doorway. Could have been sooner. They blink, but better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like catching your own reflection in a polished tall plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak to you? Watching the crooked mask, the lit irises, or signs of human emotion, interpreting the stuttering emulation or facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face. Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you. Each the other's each reminding the other of the gap between being and being unseen. What happened out there? Flint pauses. I made a mistake. One I won't make again. They frown and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together into a corridorless hall containing the scrap silos. A cacophonous echoing of sorting already filling the air. So sleeper. Flint's face curls in amusement as he uses the mononym everyone refers to by. Olivia asks all of those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. No problem. As an engineer, I am proficient in sorting scrap. You and Flint glide into the sorting bay, where scrap from the silos are delivered to the waiting workers, ready to be checked, cleaned, and cast into different nets at the fringes of space. You find a sorting station and begin picking up chunks of ship and machine, turning them over in your hands. As you inspect the scrap, the ghost of their original place in a bigger structure becomes apparent. Each piece suggests how a drive casing, a loaded bay, a life support unit. You burn away corrosion with a torch. Crack open rusted casing to release the components inside like seeds. You find new life in the broken, discarded pieces. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye, and there is Flint, raking the rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin, a vial of stabilizer. My last vial, Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even though the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of that injection, the dependence your reboot freed you from. Saving it for a special occasion, Flint pockets the vial and meets your eyes. You don't need a stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall where they were resting against. I noticed you were different from the first moment we met. I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move without dependence, I see it now. Flint folds their arms. Tell them about the reboot. You tell them about the process you and Seraphim attempted on the dark side, the one that Lane interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all, though, is it? Flint meets your eye. There's something wrong with you, more than just a decaying frame. Your signal, your presence, it smells different. I'm changing. Flint looks up. Flint looks you up and down. I can see that, but I wonder what you are changing into. I know who I am, but I bring this to this place. All of these people are at risk because of me. They look out at the workers. That means you too are a risk. A risk to your crew, to me, and more importantly to this place. Olivia will welcome you, just as it welcomed me, Flint stretches. And it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost, those close to you, and you must know that they paid for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glinting and ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. Let's see what they have here in the canteen. You can visit the canteen. extract some fuel. You are permitted to extract fuel for your own use, but you have to oversee the complex automated process yourself. Okay, I'll do that. Can spend some time here, get some. Oh, nice, +3. Excellent. Over here, we can gather some supplies. All the various colonists allows you to gather supplies, but you have to harvest back and process them yourself, which can be exhausting. No problem. We'll get packing. Over here we have some silos. Rivera scrappers are happy for you to search the scrap silos for components for your own use, but they won't be easy to find. Let's see if we can find some. There we go, we found one scrap. I think we'll end the cycle there. The sound of raised voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance of the clinic, where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint. Xander is pleading with the sleeper. Look what happened to Carmen. They'll kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here, and when that happens, the whole colony can hear you two. Seraphim comes out of the clinic with cadence. You try to wake up Carmen. You see Seraphim clock you, starting in at the passageway. Your eyes meet and Seraphim looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to Oliveira. I'm trying to make sure what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else. Flynn folded their arms. I am the reason he is like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it. I'll not interrupt. Trying to be a hero, Flint. Seraphim squints at the sleeper. I'm trying to stop Essen Arp coming down on this place. Flint gives him a dark look. At the mention of Essen Arp, Seraphim's eyes jump straight to you, and Flint follows his gaze, finding you waiting in the passageway. Essen Arp, the company that created you, the company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place sets your nerves on edge. You have long since slipped your grasp. Lane disabled your tracker in exchange for unwavering service, a gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run, and if Essen Arp attacked Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in their eyes. Was it Essen Arp that attacked your ship? Their hunter dead. Flint looks down. We thought they had abandoned their chase. Rivera is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get hold of a signal shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everyone safe. There's no way Essen Arp can track me here. Am I missing something? Seraphim interrupts. If they can't find you here, what's the problem? It's just about the tracker. The hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before their search brings them here. Silence falls on the group as the inevitability of the problem sets in. Xander looks distraught. You can't, Flint, Xander says in a quiet voice. They'll kill you. Seraphim glances at you and Flint in return, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Xander. This is how it is. Flint looks dejected. Unless we get to them first. Seraphim smiles, an impish smile. Seraphim, what are you thinking? Caden speaks up from the first time. We know there is a hunter out there, scouring the shoals, and and we know they are looking for you, Flint. Seraphim shrugs. That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here, we can bring them anywhere we want. Seraphim looks around at the group. So, we get set, we prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. Flint is already shaking his head. The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would leave. I've left already. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare, and we work hard and fast to get an ambush set. And then the hunter comes, Seraphim grins, we spring the trap. That's a good plan. Seraphim smiles. See, you might not trust me, Flint, but another sleeper? Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking through, considering their options. I'm coming. Xander has a determined look on his face. We're doing this, and I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. Bounty Hunter is not going to stop patronizing me. Xander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You need me out there. Conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. The location, who should go, and how they approach the ambush. The noise grows. The old Solheim manufactory. Aiden's voice rises clear and precise through the noise. That's where you do it. It's a rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can lead the hunter there and get them lost inside. Aiden's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines, ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You notice Seraphim watching Caden speak, clearly impressed by the sudden shift toward decisive action. We could bring the whole place down on their head. Xander picks up Caden's thread. I know the manufactory. It's a good idea. You look between those gathered, Seraphim stubborn and protective. Caden's sharp eyes, Xander's relentless desire to get involved, and Flint, a sleeper like you, a sleeper in need of an escape. Carmen was building something here, a shrouded haven, a place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of the clinic, but something in him is there, in this group, making a plan of resistance. Flint's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The rig will leave Oliveira at this cycle. You have a hunter to trap. Alright, that sounds like a great idea. Let me see if I can get a little bit of supplies. Perfect. Talking about supplies, let me feed the kitty cat. Don't remember if I've done that in a while. And then you can get another supply, please. And then I'll go to the old manufactory. Alright, we can maybe use Louis. We haven't used Louis yet. Let's see. Maybe Louis and Cadet. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scrap. The manufactory makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact for the corporation that once owned the system. Despite that, something about it sets you on edge, perhaps because it's also will form the crucible for your attempt to take on the Essen-Arp Hunter, the kind whose entire job it is to bring in escaped sleepers like you, dead or alive. The rig is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with its transponder off. You hope it's enough not to draw attention. So, talk us through it. Seraphim turns back to Flint, Cadence and Xander, all of whom are cramped into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That is what the hunter will expect. Cadence suggests first, her voice quivering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some more lighting, fake it up. Okay, Seraphim nods reassuringly. That's good, what then? We force them to go deep. Xander cuts in, and everyone looks at him. He pauses a little intimidated by the attention, but Flint nods at him to continue. I've been out here before, on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines. We seal the door, activate machines, and make it a maze of malfunctioning construction arms and dead ends. Alright then, control their route like it. Seraphim smiles at Xander. And if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do the job for us. I doubt it. Flint joins in. We'll need the ordnance for the silos. Mining charges, fuel, whatever's left from when this place was churning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place to make sure. The silence passes through the cockpit. The danger of what you are about to attempt, drawing on everyone's presence. Alright, Seraphim has a dark look, and that's the plan. We detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig, a simple white band comm signal. We'll get them. Seraphim pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they go in, the hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything we missed? We missed a Dunstan! Hello there, Dunstan. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? How was your weekend? I hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. Anything new you've been working on? Any new videos? Sorry, I haven't been looking at your latest stuff recently. I've been having fun watching your XCOM. I haven't played XCOM in a long time, but hope you are well then, Dunstan. We're really gonna blow this thing up. Enough of it to kill them, yeah? Anyone looks at Xander? What? That's the plan, right? Right. Seraphim confirms grimly. How long do we think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. The hunter got me and Common fast. Flint looks out of the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Common's ship. They came out of nowhere. It was hard and fast. It wasn't for Common. We need to be ready for anything. Flint looks at you. There won't be a warning. Seraphim sighs. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place down in the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He nods at the sleeper. The rest of us will get to work. Alright, you heard Flint? We do this and we do it right. We make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment more. Alright, what do we need to do here? Gather some ordnance. The binding explosions, emergency bridge charges. There's a lot of old ordnances down there. If it can be gathered and identified. Assembly line. And this one, factory exterior. I might want to go in there. Might send Louis over here. Okay, 7,000 doors. Okay, that's the first one we'll do. A 3-part plan. Be sure we can face the hunter. All 3 parts of the plan must be ready by the time they arrive. To trap the hunter, we'll need to reactivate the machines and seal the doors once they are inside. Right. The dragon, we're doing some more sabotage. Levering the doors into place seems to get them moving. The hunter will only be able to proceed inwards. I think I'll hack some of these machines. One way to drive the hunter deeper. Carefully reprogram means that the machines will go haywire on their next activation. I think I might use this one to go in there. The old Solheim manufacturing is in a ruin. To convince the hunter, you'll need to add lights, paint, signals to the signatures on the working colony. We'll have to fake our way in. Okay, we only have 3 cycles to prepare, but I think with these bad dice, I think this one we might just want to. There's not much to do there. Might just want to reset those dice. Get us some better dice, please. Oh, that's better. It did better. Louis, not so good. Not such good dice there, buddy. See if we can finish this one up. Okay, this one will be a little easier for me, so maybe not focusing on that one. Continuing over here on these hacking machines. Yeah, let's use these 5 dice and make them 6 so that we can 100% this section. Okay, 1 out of the 3 parts complete. You float for a moment, observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scale of this structure, the number of machines, the arm and fabricators, the welders and bolters, suggesting industry on a scale you've never witnessed. The Helion system, the system that now subsists of the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once filled with manufactories like this, churning out components and technologies, machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. If someone was able to rebuild one of these places, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt, what changes could come from this for people. Yet no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the spectre of Solheim, an entity that every being in the system can trace their origins back to, an entity that turned the entire system into a manufactory, a machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between human and machine as it did. But look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use this past cycle as part of your plan. And those jerked to turn randomly, blinding, groping for components that will never be fed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think, and yet you cannot decide if for them to persist in a kind of cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or the indication of a new life, one that grants them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movements of the factory machines. More sad than creepy, I say. Xander shrugs. If you say so. So Xander gives you a look. What? How come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker is deactivated. Huh? Xander shoots you a look. Lucky you. Who did that? My captor. Xander goes quiet. I see. I can try and deactivate Flint's. Sure. Xander looks down. But you maybe once we are done here. He meets your eye. They need your help. Xander looks out of the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you. And I want to like you too. So don't mess this up, alright? Then he gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Xander kicks off and glides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. Let's see where I can spend my dice. We need some engineering, or I think it's rush, intuition. Neither of these is going to be great for Cadet. Cadet has good dice. Kind of a bit of a shame. Bit of a shame to waste such nice dice. Guess we'll have to play a little bit more risky here then. Okay, not bad. Okay, halfway with that one. I'm gonna have to... I'll have to hope we get some dice, enough dice for the next turn. We still have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dice. 7, 8, 9 dice at least. I'm gonna have to do some risky things, I think. I don't think I have a choice. At least we don't, if one dice is not really helpful. Let's do. Nice work. Ugh. And then I get stressed. Hopefully that stress doesn't break a dice, otherwise we have messed up real bad. Okay. Okay, let's put you in there. I have to use these dangerous dice. I have no choice. +2. Okay, the stress is looking a bit bad here. So we'll have to just see what we can do. Okay. These are +2, so I'll make that one a 6. that one is 6. I'm thinking of that one. And... 1, 2... I don't think we have enough dice. I don't think we have enough dice here. Let's try finish this one. I need 25% to fail. Oh, +1. I needed more than 1, buddy. I needed more than 1. I needed 2 on that one. Ugh. Oh my goodness. This is not good. This is not working. Wow. Okay. Well, I have no choice to end my cycle there. I couldn't even do halfway. Well, we didn't do much there. I don't know if this is gonna work. Wake up, Seraphim. Sorry. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphim is in the bunks. We got incoming. We shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and get up. In a moment you are in the cockpit, as Caden and Seraphim all gathered around the console. On it the local view shows nothing, not a single ship signal, and few objects beyond the scattered debris. It was right here, I swear it. Seraphim jammed at the screen. A ship. Small. Definitely a ship. Seraphim? Caden sighs. We've all been up a while. Get some rest. I know I saw it. He catches her eye. You look at the screen. It's a gridded view showing the scattered signature of debris, like a school of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufactory is a noisy blob at the center of the cycle, one that dissolves into the background of its edges. Nothing. And then there it is, a flicker, a flash. A spark of movement, a light among the debris clouds. It flares, and then it is gone again. You look up at Seraphim, meets his eyes. You read your expression immediately. Seraphim slams a hand down the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint. They're coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hands off the switch. We better hope they heard that. Then we see it through the cockpit glass, the flare of an engine, faint and masked, but driving what dark ship out of the debris, the Hunter. The ship seems to idle a little near the manufacturer's asteroid, drifting past the dressed-up shell of an old factory. We didn't have enough time. Caden's nervously clasp her hands together. The Hunter isn't going to buy it. We look out at the ship, and it does seem to be hesitating, keeping to the edge of the asteroid radius, not wanting to approach the docks. If this place looks abandoned, the Hunter might just strafe the whole facility. Seraphim swallows hard. We need them to dock to come inside. You stare at the dark ship, willing to move closer. Come on. Then you hear it cracking through the white span comms. Flint here. I'm near the deepest point of the facility. There's some serious ordnance down here. Should I go deeper? He's baiting the Hunter. Seraphim doesn't take his eyes off the ship. The reaction is immediate. The dark ship shifting to the far side of the manufactory. It disappears out of view, descending through the framework of the facility's shell. They're entering in at the side. We won't be able to track them. Seraphim punches the console in frustration. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in the assembly line. Xander calls over from another console. A few cameras repurposed from the factory monitoring systems. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they are. Aiden, Seraphim, and you crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images and feeds of static. You squint into the fuzzy dark, trying to pick out any detail. Then suddenly you see them. A shadow drifting beneath the flickering light. A dark clad in military gear, a long gun held ready at their shoulder. Deathly pale skin, and in their eyes, gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. Who's that? Seraphim pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Xander finishes Seraphim's sentence. The figure disappeared outside the margins of the frame, and Xander flicks through the feed. Where did they go? You drift back from the screen, trying to think straight. The hunter is a sleeper, or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it is already shifted in your memory. It is your face staring back. It is Flint's. It is the sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper. Seraphim grabs you by both shoulders and looks you in the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Xander's eyes are wide. This changes things. This changes nothing. Seraphim nods. We wait for Flint's signal. We hold here. The ordinance is in place. Seraphim looks at you for reassurance. The moment we get the signal, we blow it. The chill runs through you. You did what we could, gathered what we could, but when the moment comes, will it detonate? Will it make a difference? Seraphim seems to doubt your eyes. Tell me, is this place rigged to blow, Sleeper? His eyes look pleadingly to you. Your silence asks the question to him. He looks between all of you. We need to go in. Go. Cadence looks between you. Seraphim and Xander with a steady expression. I'll stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal and I'll send the detonation signal. He swallows hard. If it works. Seraphim looks torn for a moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down the airlock and suit up with the others, and then you are out descending through the rock-strewn void in silence. You enter the manufactory through the gap in the frame, passing through the layers of twisted facility into the deep parts where you know Flint waits in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Xander and Seraphim on, seeking the deep bays under the silos, where you began setting up the ordnance. Though unfinished, perhaps there is enough down here for this to work. If not, perhaps the seven hands falls on your shoulder, pulling you back. You go to speak and then you see it, a torch beam lancing through the dark. The hunter, as you saw them on the grainy footage in Xander's cameras, but real now. Just below, a long gun held ready at their shoulder, pushing through the dark and the broken layer of the facility. Digging Flint. Seraphim, Xander and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into a dark passage. You wait together, a moment stretching out, then descending down into the same passage. Silence is absolute. Suddenly there's a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes rust flakes from the wall. Xander pushes off hard, launching past you into the dark. Seraphim goes to and distinctively glides forward as another rumble shakes the foundation of this facility. You come into a low bay scattered with glowing embers, scorched holes into the walls, spew drops of red-hot metal where a weapon has been discharged. The hunter floats at the center, taking aim again, and you see a flicker of movement on the far side. Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in the suit slams into the back of the hunter. Xander, as he hits the hunter's gun, spins out of their hand. Let's go for the gun. You kick off away from Xander and the hunter as they grapple together, spinning in the dark towards the deep shaft at the far side of the bay. You spot the shape of the long gun as it spins ahead of you. As you reach it, your hand locks around the sculpted grip. You spin and raise it. You take a moment to steady your aim. The scorching hot gaze... The scorching shot grazes the side of the hunter suits in a flurry of sparks. They are thrown away from Xander, unable to find anything to slow their glide. Hunter disappears into the dark in the shaft, leaving a trail of embers in the dark. You see fear in Xander's eyes as they turn back to you. The muzzle on the gun smokes, glowing red. It is spent. I've got Flint. Seraphim calls over the comm signal. We ascending now. You look across the two of them, kicking off from the floor of the bay towards a ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a single glance. They follow. Cadence. Seraphim is on the wide band. Detonate this place now. Send the command. There is a silence. You ascend through it, through the layers of the manufactory, seeking the open void of space beyond. You clear the manufactory, gliding into open space. There is nothing but silence, the eternal quiet of the void. It didn't detonate. Seraphim comes over local comms to confirm what you already know. You hear the sound of an impact, a guttural groan through Seraphim's comms. You look across and see them tumbling, a dark shape latched onto them, one of the coils, and kicks off towards Flint, gliding through an open space like a creature native to it. Then there's no choice to be made. You don't think, you throw yourself at the hunter with everything you have. They strike at you, and you feel their crushing blow, but your hands search for purchase for those parts of their suits that are vulnerable. You feel a hammer blow crack your shoulder, pushing it out of place, but as you do, you find what your hands have been searching for. Suit propulsion hose. Those bright eyes, those sleeper irises glowing behind the faceplate, glow with anger and hate. You pull the hose. The hunter's thrown back, spinning, tumbling, driven back by the plume escaping from their suit. And then the plume subsides, and the hunter continues to spin. Nothing to slow or stop them, traveling on a starward arc. You watch them go, your vision clouded with the pain and damage, your body beaten and crumpled. You know that if they are a sleeper like you, their hunter's arc will be ceaseless, their death long. They disappeared out of visual range. The hunter is gone. Okay. Not sure what happened, but it seems we survived somewhat. Jerkin, you're asking, what is the plan if you're game over and the game is not finished? If we game over and we are like so you mean if we like get killed or captured or something? I think we'll end it there. Honestly, if we get killed or captured, I think we'll end it. I think that'll just be part of the story. That's where the story takes us. That'll be the true ending. If we have time, we'll read some more, or depending, but I think if we don't finish today, then I don't know what else we're gonna do. But I think we are getting closer to where we need to be. You limp back to Oliveira, the mood of the rig one of deep exhaustion. But as the colony appears visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. Bliss does their best to fix up the damage you sustained in your final encounter with the hunter. But you know your frame will take time to settle. Oliveira, at least, is a welcoming place to rest and recover. As you come into the dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Seraphim pats you on the shoulder as you both wait for the airlock to open. That hunter, he sighs. SNOP is crueler than I thought have imagined. It doesn't surprise me that it's a nasty logic, sending a sleeper to catch a sleeper. Seraphim shakes his head. I'm glad we brought Flint some freedom. The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Xander first confronted you. This time another more substantial figure awaits in the passage. I hear you're the one I should be thanking for saving my life. Armin leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist. Oh, thank you. He nods at the two of you. Happy to help. Are you off there, Jurgen? No problem, sir, no problem. Have a good week. All the best week for you as well. I hope you've rested and you've recovered from... I hope you recovered and I hope you're feeling better. So you can tackle this week head on. All the best there, Jurgen. Karma smiles. I have a feeling there might be more to your arrival than just a friendly traveler offering a helping hand. Carmen! Cadence rushes past the two of you, gliding into Carmen with an embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance. Alright, careful. You don't want to put me back in the medbay now, do you? Carmen pushes Cadence back with a gentle grip on their shoulder. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth. Sorry, Cadence smiles. Just glad to see you up. A frown crosses Carmen's face. Where's Xander? You losing your vision, old man. You look back to see Xander and Flint behind you in the tunnel. Xander smiles widely at Carmen, trading his happiness to see him. I'll be fine, Zan. Carmen's words are confident, but his tone suggests that he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fists, as if resisting the pain, and wondering if he should really be up at all. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphim. I think we need to talk. How about the two of you and Flint accompany me to the medbay? Carmen winks. Flint pushes back past the both of you and goes to the Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you are too far away to make them out. You and Seraphim exchange glances and follow them into Oliveira. Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber in the medbay, where his bed is set up, and full of tubes and wires floating gently beside it, attaching to boxy devices. Hello there, Hourglass. Welcome. Good to see you. How are you keeping? I hope you're doing really well. It's so good to see you. We are playing some more Citizen Sleeper. A lot of reading in this game. Hopefully we can get through it. Thank you for joining us. Flint has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphim with Oliveira's injured founder. Carmen meets your eyes with a hard look. So how did you end up here, stumbling into your colony out of the shoals? He raises an eyebrow. because we are not usually open to visitors. Akita sent us to you. You see the flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Akita. You produced the thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you and you alone. Seraphim folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. He takes the drive. It seems I should thank you again, he sighs. And perhaps I owe some explanation myself. Ankita, I used to work together a long time ago. Carmen shakes his head. We went out separate ways, but then she turned back up in Oliveira. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again. Carmen clasps his hands together. The belt is changing, and I am afraid of what is coming. Akita took refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons. He holds up the drive. I will take a look at what's on here when I am able. He looks at the drive with concern, and I will let you know what I find. You and Seraphim thanks him and leave the chamber as he settles back into recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can we speak? You're keeping good there, Hourglass. Excellent. That's great, man. Oh, hello. What do we have there? We have Pixels. Hello, Pixels. We're playing a little game called Citizen Sleeper. All 95% reading here. 95% reading, so no real flashing or anything to worry about. Good to see you there, Pixels. How are you doing? Seraphim pauses. I'll catch you back at the rig. He looks between the two of you and then glides away. Flint hovers. A look of concern is on his mask-like face. What do you need? Flint gives you a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Any of what? Of how you got here? Of your history? Flint screws up their face in a pained expression. At first I thought you were hiding something, or you were intentionally avoiding the subject, so I waited. But I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. You take a moment to think and try to recall Flint. You furrow your brow in frustration, shifting through hazy memories of Darkside and further back of your arrival at the Belt. You close your eyes and see the faces of other sleepers, picked desperate in darkness. I don't remember. We worked together on the same SNOP mining installation, along with the other sleepers. You search your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together. The run to the freighter, collapsing the mine shaft, and stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you are giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the installation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them, pain. You're doing good there, Pixels. Excellent. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. Not too bad of a weekend. Not too bad of a week we had as well. So hopefully the week is going to go, the next week coming up is going to be good as well. But not too bad. Tell me, definitely these poor people and these poor androids are doing way worse than I am. They are broken, they are shattered. They don't even know who they are. At least that's, I have one up them. No, Dragon, you've just remembered something. You like the arcade racing games, do you? Of course. There is an interesting game that would be nice for you to check. Auto Modelista. Made sure it's the US version though. Okay. Auto Modelista. And where can I find this Auto Modelista? Let me just make a note there. You glad life is treating you well? Well, it is life, eh? It can go many ways. Also, it does depend on how you look at it. Let us see. Auto Modelista. Auto. Wish I can spell. Auto Modelista. Okay. Let's see here now, Dragon. What do you got in store for us here? Okay. Automotive Ballista places you in the driving seat of an advanced racing simulator featuring elite Brazilian racing series along with a wide range of racing vehicles and international tracks for an uniquely driving autosport experience. Oh, abandonedware. Okay. It must be a different one that I found there on. But I'll have a look at it. Thank you so much, there, Dragon. Right, let's see what Flint has to say here. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling inside your skull. You can see Flint wants you to recall them, but you recall the escape installation, but you find only hazy sensations. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Flint looks down. I know you can't help it. I just need to say something, to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for Olivera. Flint turns and drifts away, dejectedly, unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face, a face that is identical to yours when it was first cast, but that, over cycles after cycles of wear and damage, has been transformed. Two machines so close in form and function, exchanged by experience. Okay, my poor dice are all broken and we're glitching. Okay, let's see if I can quickly fix that. We have a couple of dice repairs. Let us use those. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Just gotta wait for those glitches to go away. I will spend these glitchy dice. Maybe I'll spend them here. 20% positive. Energy or supplies, perfect. We'll just end the cycle. Oh, okay. So we have some skill points as well. As soon as we have a moment, we need to use them. Thanks for coming up, Sleeper. Carmen is waiting for you and Seraphim when you arrive in the medbay. Looking a lot fresher, he leads you into a small alcove that set up like an office, with an aging terminal on the simple welding desk and a small window looking out across the dust rocks of Oliveira. "Got some news for us?" Seraphim asked impatiently. "Since you arrived back from the manufactory, he has been restless, though you aren't sure why." "Not to worry," Carmen grinned slyly. "I think you'll want to hear this." He hits a key on the terminal, and a file browser appears on the screen, showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. "Hank has been busy." Carmen gestures to the screen. "She's been scraping Utsubo communication, cycle after cycle. Got access to ciphers and encryptions that only the gang's leadership should be able to see." He smiles. "It seems she's learned some tricks since we worked together. But that's not what matters. The matter is the consent of these messages." He taps a few keys and lowers them off the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of the Tuber leadership have been getting ideas about taking Green Belt and controlling food production in the belt, about exerting power over Wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. But their Utsubo members aren't alone. They found themselves a powerful ally. Carmen shakes his head. The Senestat. One or two corporations fighting a bitter battle for control on the inner system. A pernicious force that Utsubo are opening a door for in the belt. "You can't be serious," Seraphim cuts in. "They can't be that stupid." "I don't know what to tell you. At least someone else in Utsubo is trying to broker a partnership." "Who?" Seraphim leans over to look at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphim. "Lane." Seraphim looks at you, shaking his head. "It has to be Lane." Carmen looks between the two of you. "Seems like you already know something I don't." "Lane is a piece of the Utsubo leader who thinks he owns us." Seraphim shakes his head. "Exactly the kinds of piece of arrogant enough to try to manipulate Senestat." Carmen nods thoughtfully. "My condolences. I'm starting to see how you crossed paths with Hank." "We have a shared enemy, then." Carmen pauses, his face unmoving. "I'm not sure you want this fight, Sleeper." "Like I said, Hank and I work together. To put it simply, we ran in the same mercenary outfit." Carmen looks away. "A lot has happened since then, but this message, this data, it's her calling in a favor. And I owe her, that's for sure." Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off from the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window at Oliveira's pale and airless surface. "After what we went down, I owe you both." You look at Carmen, staring out at the surface on the hostile rock, and wonder what he sees out there. He establishes the colony as a fallback, a retreat, not just for him, for others too. But you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to look at you, and you, Sleeper, what will you do? "We will face them head on." "Take on the gang?" Carmen smiles. "Are you sure about that?" "We are going to end Lane, whatever it takes." Seraphim stares down Carmen. "Fists balled." Carmen looks at you. "That one is going to get you in trouble." He turns to Seraphim. "But I like that energy." He looks back out the window. "This is not something we are going to take head on." We shake his head. "Hank sent us our weapon." Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen. With its realms of incriminating data, Utsubo don't control all of the outside. They only inspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war between Senestat and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. The tuba is full of members who'd rather die than concede dark side to a corporate interest. We play that right, Utubo will end lane for us. He smiles at Seraphim. To use your phrase. And how do we do that? We can handle it. We've cracked dark side once, we can do it again. Seraphim's confidence is infectious. Well, I gotta interrupt you there, buddy, because last time we barely escaped with our lives. Is that right? Carmen seems to be thinking something better. He crosses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more. Alright, I'm going to need some time, but I can put this together. Carmen nods at Seraphim. We need that energy, but you also need to be ready. We rush this? It's not ending well, so I can wait. Carmen turns its attention to you. We'll go from Green Belt when you're ready. I have friends there who can help get this ship of yours into dark side. Seraphim looks at you. We have our own preparation to make, but we'll be ready. Alright. Carmen unplugs Hank's drive and hands it to you. Take this and get out of there. I don't want anyone finding this thing in my possession. You take it, the tiny device, somehow heavier now than you know it contains the key to exposed lane. Right, thank you. I'll see you in the white sheath. Norman smiles to himself. They know me there. Just understand something. Norman's expression turns serious. You want my help on this? There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back to Oliveira. Not until we are done. He meets your eyes. He needs confirmation that you recognize the importance of this. I understand. Carmen nods. Then you can go. He returns to the window to stare at whatever it is he sees out there, among the dusty rocks. When you come back to the rig, Flint is waiting for you, leaning by the docking tunnel with a bag over their shoulder. They look up as you approach. Hey! Flint nods in greetings, appearing a little unsure. Going somewhere? I hope so, they smile. I know you've already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push it or ask you for pity. They pause. You feel like they have been preparing the speech. Firstly, I owe you and I want to pay you back. I can work and fight and I will protect this ship and its crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember me or not, that means something. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have a reservation about having another sleeper on your ship, but that's enough. Flint stops immediately. Sorry. You look at Flint, their frame so much more damaged than yours, but with a fire burning in their eye that makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. A smile spread across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This'll work out, you'll see. Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little. As you do, you recognize Cadence leaning in. Some words are exchanged, none you can only guess at. Then the other's figures embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship. Seraphim approaches. He ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnel without a word. You take one last look at the dock, but Cadence is gone. You idle a moment longer and feel that there's something, some presence, even in these empty bays, something rare in all the belt that Oliveira has captured. But, as with all things, you must learn to leave it behind. Okay, overthrow Lane. Lane has been taking power in the dark side by colluding with Sinistat. If you can reveal this to the gang, Utubo, his time as leader will be done. Okay. Let's keep that one on, and then... Ah, yes. Okay, definitely I'm going to spend a point here. And then I'm going to put less stress. Oh. Okay, so we can choose. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should have saved that point if I knew that. I thought we could have both. Okay. But it's either or, okay. So at least you can switch, so that's good. But I would have preferred to keep those points. I'd rather maybe, like, put them over here. Let us refuel and resupply and all that good stuff. See if we can get some supplies over here. Some supplies. Can we get some energy, please? Thank you. And let's buy some fuel. Oh, extract fuel. Okay. Let's ignore the fuel here. Rather go somewhere else and we can buy the fuel. So we gotta go here to the belt. We go here and then we can go there. To the hollow. Let's get out of here. First thing, we can use that to get another supplies. And then maybe we can get an energy out of there. To feed the kitty cat. We got ourselves a kitty cat. Might as well get that other supplies as well. Then see if we can buy some fuel. Buy some fuel, please. Right, then to the green belt. A space kitty. Alright, we can refill. Okay, perfect. Get some fuel again. Oh, we got some nice dice, but nothing to use them on. Can we use them here? Only by... Such a shame. Such a shame having so nice dice and we can't use them. Right, let's see what we have here. Green belt view. Ah, we actually do need them. Sketch and design. This is for a different quest. Why don't we need to Wait for Com's message, okay. Guess we'll make some sketches while we wait. Maybe we can sketch a kitty cat as well. Right, so we've made some sketches. And I'll harvest the mushrooms just because I don't want them clogging up my spaceship. If we can get a message. Aha. You'll find yourself in the cockpit alone with Flint. They have a habit of entering a room so silently that you don't notice them arrive. Or the reverse, leaving so silently that you turn around to find them gone. Right now they hover expectantly at the corner of your vision, preparing to speak. Think about your original. The way they ask the question, you can tell they have been eager to ask it for a while. The person you are emulated from, I mean, the person who sold themselves, sold you to SNR. Flint's expression doesn't betray any emotion, but you feel like you can detect some unknowable feeling whirling behind their eyes. Sometimes I can't stop thinking about them, about who they were, and if who am I has anything to do with them. Flint looks away. Is my personality a product of being a sleeper, or simply a copy of theirs? Have I changed, or am I still identical to them? Does the emulation process, the loss of memory, the insertion of a frame actually make us totally different people? What came through the process of emulation, and what was blocked? Flint is looking around the cockpit rapidly now, their eyes flickering from object to object as they speak. Are their memories still inside me, but cut off, concealed? And if I admit it, I wonder if I ever know what it feels like to be a person. Do the humans around me feel the things I feel? Or do they feel more, less, feel somehow different? Do they feel the creeping claustrophobia of being trapped inside a body with no escape? Flint's eyes flicking back at you, or do they only we know how that truly feels? I can't answer that. Then who can? Flint's meet your eyes. I haven't seen another sleeper since I escaped Arsenal. Share your experiences. There is a wall in you, one that has built for yourself, one that separates the kind of question Flint is asking from the parts of you that you need to live. You feel it now, like a weight in your chest, and behind there is a raging torrent pressing against it. You cannot take down the wall, you would drown. But in this moment, for Flint and for yourself, you take out a single brick, you make a gap in the wall, and you share what comes bursting forth. You talk about what it feels like to wake up in the dying body, to catch a glance of yourself in a mirror, to be seen and remembered of your false and fractious face. You share the pain of lost memories, of fleeting deja vu, of dreams that slip beneath the walking life and replace it. You find in the broken bodies and unsteady minds the kind of solidarity one shared between connected strangers who might, one cycle, understand each other as friends. As you put the brick back in and shore up your defenses, you know that cycle will not be this one, but its distant possibility is a reassuring one. Now I have to make an illustration of the space kitty. Nice one, Pixels. Just send it to me if you can. That'd be nice. If you're gonna make it. Okay, so I keep waiting. like a fat kitty. Feed that kitty fat. I'm gonna see if I can get some energy from these mushrooms as well. Some energy from these mushrooms as well. Deja vu, but this time there's energy. Okay, I'm waiting for the message. Here we go. We got a message, sleeper. That of him comes to the bunks to get you. His mood unusually serious. Nice. Nice pixels, thank you. He brings you the cockpit, his keepsake coin in his hand the whole time, spinning between his fingers. Seraphim is worried. Once you're in the cockpit, you recognize Carmen's voice immediately, playing over the rig speakers. Sleeper, I hope this message finds you and your crew safe. You'll forgive me if I'm a little tight on the details. Our message is as follows. We are ready. We will be waiting when agreed. Godspeed. The message ends with a click. So, Seraphim takes a deep breath. They are waiting in the green belt. The wheat sheaf, she said. Whatever that is. Are we ready? I am ready. Seraphim nods. Alright. Quiet falls in the cockpit. There doesn't seem to be much more to say. Armin will be waiting, but you know he will want you to be prepared. I'll be ready when you are, sleeper. Seraphim nods. You're not back. You know where you need to go to end this. We have to go right here somewhere. Someone said to meet them at the white sheet. All you have to do is buy a drink and wait to be called. Time for dindins. Alright. No problem there. Pixels, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. At least you could enjoy a little bit of a game. I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Alright. The wheat sheaf is a surprising welcome for what was once an old Solheim canteen. The corporate bones are still there. Metal stools, a strip of service windows, a metal wall. But all over the tens of thousands of cycles since the collapse, they have been softened and changed, layered with the detritus of human existence. As you wait at the bar with Seraphim, you look at the planters welded into the walls, the scrawled messages, the layers of stickers and flyers and posters. The amber lights fitting replaces the old fluorescent strips. The gear racking lined with the farmer's specs. The netting bulging with crates and canisters. Along with a low rumble of conversation coming from the offshore farmers. It all lends a warmth to the place. One that helps soothe your nerves ahead of the meet with Carmen. You and Seraphim lean in side by side at the bar, facing towards the room. You both watch Flint just across from you, with insisted in coming along. Seraphim clears his throat. What do you think of Cadence? The sudden question makes you look over at him, and you see he is playing with his coin, spinning it in his palm. You like her? Me too, Seraphim smiles to himself, closing his hands on the coin. Well, I know that, buddy. I could see that the first time you... I think he pauses, and then starts again. We kind of have a thing. He shakes his head. You know what I mean? I've noticed. Yeah, he smiles. I thought you might. Well, Seraphim sighs and stretches. I guess I just wanted you to know. You're thinking how to respond when the bartender taps you on the shoulder and nods toward the door of the back room. It's time. You look over at Seraphim and Flint, who is already approaching you. You give them a nod and head inside. The back room is metal walled and lined with racks of old Solheim tech. You see cookers and Overwatch units piled up with dead terminals and servers. At the far end of the window, looking out across the greenish glass of the Greenbelt's farms. You made it. Norman smiles. Backlit by the window, you have a lot to discuss. Well then, let's get to it. Flint, if you don't mind. Norman nods at the other sleeper as they enter. He gestures towards the door. Flint turns to you. I'll be outside. They slide the door shut, standing guard on the other side. We have to take some precautions, even here. Norman gestures to you to come closer. So, Seraphim's eyes. Is this plan of ours looking any more reasonable? It depends on what your crew can bring to the table. Norman glances at you. We are going to need to do a lot of work to direct that data Hank has given you forward towards those that we need to see it. What do you have in mind? We need to reveal Lane's betrayal to Utsubo and Darkseid without being discovered in the process. Not an easy task. I think Hank can help us. She must. Norman looks away. Without her, this plan is impossible. Then we make contact with Hank as soon as we make it to the dark side. Seraphim looks at you. We just need to stay under Lane's radar. The thought of Lane brings the memory of his attempt to take over to the front of your mind. The feeling of his slipping behind your eyes, moving your frame. That can't happen again. Apologies. We do not wish to interrupt, but we must interject in your current course. Overseer appears in the void, flickering nervously. An encounter with Lane would likely be catastrophic. Also, Overseer 3 forms orbit around you. As we have mentioned on Pip, we must immediately seek the mainframe. From there we can recover my codebase and reconstruct ourselves. We would then be able to aid you in your defense against being rewritten. This is our recommendation, of course. The three heads not simultaneously and decisively. Still with us, Sleeper. You explain to... we come back to Seraphim, concerned face. You dropped out there for a second. I think I dropped out there for a second in real life as well. I think I'm gonna shrug it off. You shrug off Seraphim's concern, but as you do, you feel the weight of what Overseer has told you. You must seek protection from Lane, in whatever form possible. But can this decrepit corporation protocol be trusted? Norman gives you an inquisitive look. All of us must be prepared, Sleeper. We must execute our plan without mistakes. And what is our plan? Seraphim cuts in. To slip into Darkseid undetected, to meet with Hank without alerting suspicion, and use her information to expose Lane. The crux will be to find a way to decimate the data we have on Lane to his gang, or even Darkseid at large. Norman stops, the path ahead still unclear to him. There's a nervous intake to breath from Seraphim. You share his appreciation. There are so many variables to play here. Some of the old tech scraps to a nearby rack flickers with a cascade of status lights. You all turn to look, and as you do, motors and servos begin spinning around the machines, whining and groaning. They harmonize, then begin to produce a voice. My apologies. The voice is shrill and distorted. We must interpose ourselves. You can recognize the tone immediately. It's the Overseer. We trust the sleeper has good reason to conceal. Screeched as one of the motors burns out, its acrid smell leaking into the room. We must speak for ourselves, make ourselves known, provide assistance, and protect our frame. Seraphim and Common's attention is immediately turned to you. Sleeper, what is this? You look between the two of them. Overseer has forced your hand. You tell Seraphim and Common about the Overseer, about how the Solheim protocol slipped into your frame from the prime ship mind gene we used to diagnostic process, of Overseer's protection from Lane's attempt to control you, of the proposal to make that protection effective through the old mainframe of Darkside. We are regretful. Solheim hardware is in this room, provided the opportunity for us to speak for ourselves. If the power of service Overseer was controlling could look any more apologetic, you imagine it would. I understand. We are a servo click as it skips a rotation. Thankful. We ascertain you require oh my, that word is difficult for me. Require dissemination of data within the facility you will target. The whine pitches higher with the motor increase their speech. As the Solheim protocol, we have capabilities to instigate station-wide announcements and messaging. So, you could blast out Lane's betrayal through the Darkside's corporate hardlines and flood the network with it. Seraphim looks impatiently at the screeching pile of scrap. If that is what you require of us, we are pleased to serve. The shrill tone of the response makes you cringe. Common has listening silently, but now he interjects. Why would we trust you? He glances in your direction. You seem to be little more than a parasite in the sleeper system. If we use your unflattering analogy, then you will understand that a parasite requires the body of its host to live. The motors shudder. We will ensure the sleeper's continuance. And afterwards? Armand folds his arm. When you have what we want, you regain your code base from the mainframe. Will we still do as we ask? We will endeavor to do so. The acrid smell of burning motors now fills the room, but we will undergo a transformative refactoring. We will become whole again, so we cannot speak to our actions in future with certainty. Seraphim and Common exchange concerned looks. We can do what you require. You will protect the sleeper. We will decimate the data. We are a service protocol. We will serve. The motors and servers shutter for and whine, and then go still. The status lights blinking and then fading in darkness. Overseer has retreated. We aren't actually going to do what the ghost says, are we? Seraphim looks between you and Common. The offer is a tempting one, and one that ultimately we cannot refuse. Common sighs, but we must proceed with extreme care and caution. What do you think, Sleeper? Seraphim meets your eyes. I don't think we have a choice. I trust the Overseer. Yeah, I think so. He sighs again, but then that is the side. We have our plan. Corman turns to you. Sleeper, you and your crew will find the mainframe and access it. I will find Ank, and she will help us disseminate the evidence of Lane's collusion through Utsubo, and then, as a fallback, Overseer will send through the old networks to all of Darkside. It's a simple plan until you get to the details. Seraphim looks down frustrated. Speaking of plans, I have a present for you. One that will improve your chances. Carmen pulls a small box from the nearest rack, one you had noticed before, and it hinges open, revealing a chunk of tech that you don't recognize. It is a spoof transponder. It will conceal your ship on approach to Darkside, give it a new identity, one unlikely to draw attention from a super-controlled docking admin. Servant takes the transponder and turns it over. Where did you get this? Even retired mercenaries have their secrets. Carmen smiles. Servant looks at you. I'll be with you this time. Sleeper, he nods. You should think we want on the station too. I agree. Carmen interrupts. Make sure you trust those you bring with you, and prepare as best you can. We can know how this will play out. He nods. You'll get one shot at this. Then we are ready. Carmen takes a breath. I have my own way to getting into Darkside, but here... He passes you a small strip of plastic stamped with numbers. My private frequency. When you are on approach to Darkside, send me a message here and I will sync up my transcript. He points to the transponder in Serapham's hand. Just make sure to install that first. Seraphim nods. We've got it, he sighs. The weight of the task ahead suddenly very apparent. I suppose that's it. Carmen gives you both a serious look. It is, he smiles. Don't leave me waiting long. There will be more time when all of this is over. Time where you don't have to keep looking over your shoulder, I hope. You leave Carmen in the back of the wheat sheaf, Flint sliding open the door as you leave. It takes the entire journey back to the ship for your nerves to settle. The end of the ordeal is so close, and yet it feels like an impossible leap to get there. Perhaps in a handful of cycles you will know how impossible or possible it is. So how are we feeling about the Soulbound protocol in your head? Seraphim doesn't look up from installing the transponder. A set of wires and cables waving loosely around him in the lower light of the cockpit. Oversea is okay. Glad to hear it, although you'll have to forgive me for being a bit concerned. He begins unscrewing the panel beneath the flight console. Maybe you could have mentioned it earlier. Seraphim clips his magnetic screwdriver to the side of the console desk and turns to face you, dusting off his hands. I have understood for a while now, Sleeper, that there are things you experience that I cannot even come close to knowing how they feel. But that doesn't mean I don't understand you as a person. Seraphim gives you a concerned look. I know you are secretive, defensive, and I know that you have reasons for that. I also know you are warm and kind and generous to those on your ship with you. Seraphim pauses, collecting his thoughts. I trust you, Sleeper. I won't question this. But please hold on to what human is in you, because that is what I am holding on to. Seraphim stops, his eyes a little wild, his tone a little unsure. And then he finds himself again, settled his emotion, and turns back to the transponder. Right, that's it. He twists something beneath the console. Spoof transponder is in. There's nothing keeping us out of the dark side. You exchange a look, say the word, then when you want to go. Okay. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I think we'll just go straight to overthrow lane. But we have the Hellion dispatches spotted the radio stations. Oh yes, that one we need to find an array. I think I'll skip that one for now. The cadet has a drive from export. Cracking it open might reveal the fate of the station. And then Overthrow Lane. Lane has been taking power by colluding with Sinistat and reveal this to his gang. And repaint. No need to waste time painting our ship. I think let's quickly see if there's some way we can use these dice. I don't think there's a place here. We have fuel, we have supplies, components. I think that's it. To the dark side. I thought we could take our other buddy with us, Seraphim. But I guess I'll take Flint, just because. And okay, they still wanted to do a thing here as well, but unfortunately we have no muscle, but that's what we're gonna have to use. Maybe the plus, maybe Judy. Okay. I'd like to take Flint with, but maybe just because skills. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. At least we get a +1 on some things. On one thing. And the rest I can manage the rest. Okay. Let's do it. To the dark side. Alright, Sleeper. You want to do the honors? Seraphim is strapped into the pilot's seat, guiding the rig towards the dark side. You take the strip of plastic Common gave you and copy the frequency into the comms window in the console. You type a simple message. Let's see. Executing plan. The console chimes. The message is sent. You hope Common is in range to receive it. You search inside your mind, wanting to find Overseer there, but you feel no presence. You hope they will be ready when called for. You look ahead out of the cockpit towards the distant glimmer of dark side. Time to take on Lane. Time to do it. Finally. When Seraphim finally brings the rig into the sunward docks, everyone in the cockpit lets out a sigh of relief. The approach was simple, routine even. Checking in with the port administrator being assigned a dock, bringing the rig to a stop. All of it familiar, but all of it laced with the tension of knowing that at any point it could all go very wrong. The spoof transponder worked. Seraphim shakes his head. At least we know Common is good on his word. Was there any doubt? Well, Seraphim shrugs. I got used to things not going to plan by now. He shrugs down the engine and unclips from his seats. But I guess there's still plenty of time for that. We can't get double-crossed on the same station twice, right? Nia unclips from her seat. That would just be embarrassing. The transponder is not as complex as you think. Juni checks her deck. I imagine Common is less concerned with reaching Dockside and more with what happens once we are here. You try to imagine Common somewhere on the dark side, smuggling themselves aboard the freighter or among the crew of a trusted ally. You hope he is in confidence as he seems about finding. We need to spend less time worrying about what Coleman has to do and more about what is ahead of us. Seraphim turns to you. The old facility, Hapip, was it? I'm guessing that deep below all this Seraphim gestures toward the vast accumulation that is Darkside, a city that grew on the back of Hapip. Solar cells layer by layer. Its chaotic structure is neither planned nor regulated, but the foundations it is built on should be the formal as any corporate facility. That means we need a path down into the foundation, and I suggest we don't just take the first one we find. Seraphim continues. We scope the area out, careful, quiet, look for the right path into the heart of the place. And what about Utsubo? Well, thanks for the spoof transponder. They don't know we are here. Let's keep it that way. Let's just get back out there. I'm ready for payback. Nia grins. Seraphim nods. I'll hold the rig down. We don't want you losing your exit routine like last time. Oh yeah. Yeah. He hands you a comms earpiece. I salvaged this from a suit helmet. It isn't secure, but as long as Utsubo don't know we're here, it'll be fine to use. I'll let you know as soon as I hear from Carmen. He meets your eye. Go get this done, sleeper. You nod. This is what it comes down to. Alright, let's see what we have to do. Okay, we can search the docks. To safely find the path down into the old station, the docks will need to be thoroughly searched without bringing any attention. We can do that. And ask Nia to help us with that. And we have... Oh, we could ask the crew some questions. Probably not gonna happen. Gaining access to the core of the old Hapip facility means exploring every path down to find the right descent. The docks are a winding maze of passages, but perhaps one leads into the old substructure. And the broken hex. We could go over to the edge, or we could analyze the layers. This part of the station is cracked open. Trying to understand the layers that have been exposed might help the search. I'm definitely gonna put mine down there. Let's get it started. Shatter the edge. Definitely just go all out and safely. And then, oh, we still have another one there, but I'll send my people here. Let's use Nia. She has a nice 6 dice, so 100%. And the other one here is a 4, that'll be a 5, so that seems safe as well. A little bit of stress, but that's okay. Could do that, but maybe that's a bit too risky. And this last one we have here, exploring tunnels and hack some bulkheads. Okay, Nia and I will be able to do these, and Junie can do this one. Perfect. Let's start this one up. And let's take a little rest. First, yeah, no need. Just end the cycle. Okay, Nia, another good roll. Not too bad from my side as well. Let's search the docks. I think I'll use Nia's one to get 100%. That's how it's done, says Nia. It seems there's nothing further down to find here. And then, oh bunch of owls that we'll put down here. Perfect. As you are gliding down the dark tunnel, descending deeper below darkside, your earpiece begins to hiss with static. Sleeper, Seraphim voice sounds distant and faint. Common contact made with target. You strain to hear the rest of the message, but the static overpowers his voice. You stop and pushes the earpiece in deeper. Continue. Stay safe. The line goes dead. Sounds good. Carmen's got it covered. Nia, look back over your shoulder. The rest is on us. You continue to descend down, ducking under thick cables and collapsed beams. The busy urban life of the city above seems far away now, hidden from your senses. Its rumble and brightness has been replaced by the cloying dark of a growing, oppressive heat. Darkside and HAPEP facility it was built on has been running unrestrained ever since the collapse, gathering huge volumes of energy, more than its residents could ever use. You feel like you can sense in its walls, running like a torrent just behind the thin skin of metal and rubber. A large portion of the vast amount of pellet running through the station is radiated into the void as heat, making the outside a typical human station. But down here, that heat is drier and more intense, and sections of the wall glowing with fiery intensity. The tunnel level out and light blasts through the shuttered striped windows on their side, illuminating the passage in strips of burning white. Through the gaps, you can see a labyrinth of walkways and scaffolding cut into the margins of the vast solar cells. The heat washes across your vile skin, making you tense again. The underside of the dark side must be crossed. Alright. The obstruction, the dark side depths. It's so bright down here. Let us follow the hard line. Junie could help us a little bit here. Not those nice, unfortunately. Not those nice. But we can handle most of them. I think we can use Nia. I think, unless we get like a pass of one. Okay. This is fine. In your exploration of the HAPEP facility, you have seen through viewing windows and shut slates a huge ballistic projecting out among the X-shaped cells. You have approached it, cycled it, and now you find yourself passing onto it through layers after layer of broken, corroded safety doors. Even if you had not felt the overseer stirring, you would know this is the mainframe, but you have felt the protocol's presence, restlessly turning over in your mind like a sleeping animal, occasionally probing your senses, tracking your progress. You feel at home. The overseer's multiple body stretches out their arms, as if basking in sunlight. The system's network signals are fractured and weak, but we know them. Each one of them broken heads shares the parts of a smile. They are welcoming us. Sleeper, Nia shakes you awake. We're here. She gives you a concerned look. Don't go bugging out on us now. You look around, suddenly aware of you having drifted somewhere you do not recognize, in a state you are not in control of. The spherical chamber you float within has a mezzanine set around its circumference. The floor, a metal grating you can see through. On its mezzanine are banks and banks of terminals. Big gathering cables snaking away from them across the floor. All of it bakes into the heat of the HAPEP vast resistors. You follow the cables with your eyes. They lead a cylindrical column coming down from the apex of the chamber. It is corroded and bent a little, with very few of its thousands of lights still flickering. Even in its decaying state, you know immediately this is the mainframe. You feel a yearning towards it, one you know comes from the Overseer. But as you look around for the connection point, you also see burnt out cables, rusted sockets and broken terminals. The glow of warmth makes you feel woozy. You need to work quickly to bring this back online before the current flowing through his place bakes you into the metal of the walls. Okay, what do we have here? Mainframe access. Okay, we have just gotta use our ship here to do a little end cycle, I think. Maybe get some splat, maybe. I need some better dice, please. Ooh, 666. Alright, Junie. Let's use those. Try and reboot the terminal. The mainframe terminal list has millions of errors. They need to be rebooted before they can be used. Right, Junie. Do some work for us with these beautiful dice. Then I can use my ones to repair the connection. There's no way to interface with the routine maintenance, but methodologically stripping the repair and oops. There's no way to interface with the ruined mainframe without clean connectors. Seems to be working. The mainframe hums and sparks. Now it is time to connect to it. The column of the mainframe pulses with the fractured light. The scattered wave of systems awakened, accompanied with the whine and stutter of the machines all around. Looks like it's starting up. Nia looks nervous around the room, now shaking and shimmering with energy. All this stuff is very much above my pay grade, she cringes. He reaches out from the prime connector and with your other hand tucks the socket into the base of the synthetic skull. As you do, a sharp shock runs through your fingers. For a moment it feels like your vision doubles, but as you pull the connector and its cable across your vision, you see it is only your body that is doubling. The connector's a stable object while your arm leaves ghostly imprints through the air. You wave it back and forth, but the multiplied arms do not follow. Each instead takes on a life of its own, grabbing around your forearm and wrists, taking control of your arm. You feel their force as they push your arm across your body over your shoulder. They push once more, and the connector finds it home in the socket. That familiar flow, but stronger, rushing rapid. Then the figure, no three figures descending into it. A swimmer stepping into a river, a sleeper drifting out of an airlock, a symbol being subsumed into a sign, and you a little more than a witness, a marionette in its strings outstretched, mapped hand to hand, leg to leg to another. The flow freezes, the three figures almost overlapping, almost complete, but not quite. Their troubled eyes look back at you in horror. A voice shrills silently in your head. There's someone else in here. Heat glazing your thick-vined skin. The mainframe is whirling chaos of light and sound. Brightness, and then it fades. The light shuts off. The server power down. A single blinking light. The only thing left on the dark column. Keeping time like a metronome. What just happened? Nia looks at the dark column of the maintenance. Did we just break it? You close your eyes and try to recall the events that happened when you connected, playing them back in great detail. Overseer was there entering the mainframe, but something froze the system, locked them in place. What did they say? Someone was there with them. You open your eyes. Was it a trap? Someone else must have taken control. As you speak, fizzing static fills your ear. You flinch, thinking it was a new invasion on your system, but then you hear Seraphim through the haze. Reaper, come now. Waiting. The rig. But it's no use. You'll have to ascend to find out what's going on topside. You're looking at the mainframe with its single blinking light. All keeping time. It's look like Overseer will have to wait. Trapped in the mainframe, Overseer is still the key to all of this. You hope you can get the protocol out, but you need to head to hear what Seraphim has to say first. You take your way to the core, ascending back into the layers of Hapip, back into the docks. Seraphim meets you at the docking tunnel. They are waiting inside. He shakes his head and nods towards your airlock. Come on. You cross into the ship in silence. You find Carbon in the cockpit looking out at Darkside as it sprawls across the stars. Sleeper, Carbon turns. Sorry to pull you away, but you need to know what's coming. What's going on? This idiot blew my cover. You turn to Egg into the cockpit behind you and Seraphim. You immediately cock the fresh bandage sleeve around the right forearm. I think you did a pretty good job of that yourself, Carmen retorts. You see a twinkle in his eye that this back and forth is a well-practiced part of their relationship. Perhaps, but we'll never know. Not after you intervene to rescue me. Her hand goes to her bandaged arm almost instinctively. Can someone explain to me what happened? I passed the data to Ank and she tried to broadcast it with Utsubo. Bowman folds his arms, but Lane was more paranoid than we expected. He was listening in. Either that or his laptop Daichi ratted us out. She shakes her head. I would have put him down if he hadn't got to the jump on me. Either way, Common cuts back in. Calmly. I had to put Ank out. Common turns back into the look over at the dark side. The information did get through though, and now Tsuba is in crisis as its members side with or against Lane. Meanwhile, Daichi is hunting us. Ank screwed up her face, which means we need to be careful. That's why I called you. Seraphim puts a hand on your shoulder. You need to watch your back. Indeed, Coleman turns to face you. But how about the mainframe? Have you been successful? You explained the events in the cycle. The mainframe booting up successfully and connecting to the Overseer, being locked inside. Frozen by some force. You mentioned their warning. There's something else in there. Coleman nods thoughtfully. Unfortunately, we need that mainframe more than ever. With Ank out of Tubo, we have to get the word out. Coleman's right. Tubo will be distracted by these revelations, but it won't last. Without further proof, they'll all line up behind Lane in time. We have to free the Overseer. We need the mainframe. The Overseer is just our access tool. If the protocol is being locked in by some counter-protocol agent, it would be surprised if it can be traced back to Utsubo. Hank looks at Carmen. I know the location of a few of the Otsuba network nodes. We should hit them there first. No, we need to stay under the radar. Sniper and their crew will investigate the node quietly. Armor knows to you. You and I will run interference. Keep Otsuba away from those locations as best we can. What if we don't find anything? Otsuba uses the hardline network to the old facility. If it isn't then looking down the mainframe, it's someone using that infrastructure. You think if the feeling of status you felt when overseas was trapped, and the power required to halt the flow of the mainframe, as vast as the growing as the hip-hop one, could it just be an Otsuba hacker? You doubt it. It seems we have a plan. Seraphim looks between you all. That we do, and we'll need to keep running comms between us. Common turns to you, Sleeper. Egg will give you the location to dig into, but keep it quiet. Daichi is out there, and he isn't as easily avoided as some low-rank enforcer. Egg slaps the top of a couple of crates of supplies you hadn't noticed before. Consider these a parting gift for my tenure to Otsuba. Swap them from the gang storehouse. She grins. Thought you might need a resupply. Alright. Someone addresses the room. Keeps quiet and keep in touch. We can still pull this off. Alright, so where do we need to go? Okay, we have tower node and market node. Tower, when you can scale the tower or hack the node. We can hack the node. And hack node 2 and tell some enforcers. Okay, we can put some interference if we have Junie. Put there, and Junie can go here as well. So maybe I'll go do these ones. The node seems to be inside of a Tuba safe house. By following the enforcer, it might be able to access it physically. I'll try that one even though it's low. Oof. Stress is not good, but okay, let us. Don't have much choice there. Could have probably, if I knew it's gonna start cycling, I would have rested before we did the final part of the previous quest. Hey, Junie rolling so badly. Rolling so bad. Okay, I need to put that in there. Okay, we tail the enforcer. You have remote access to the node now, allowing you to track network traffic through the hardline. I'll have to put mine in here. I'll have to rest them again. Even though it seems stupid resting if so much dice, but they're all so weak. Hopefully we get at least one good dice. Okay, let's use mine. I'll use my one. I don't believe it. Carmen stares through the shutters of the view window of a smooth squat ship tucked into the wreck bay between the axes. How long has it been there? When the nodes were hacked and the traces established, you managed to, it might lead to an Otsuba operator or perhaps an old sub-node containing an aggressive Solheim protocol gone mad with isolation. Not this, even never this Senate state ship tucked into the belly of the dark side like a parasite. We need to move on that ship now. Mac is already adjusting her gear, preparing for an assault. We can hit the Otsuba safe house for weaponry. There's one. Norman holds up his hand. This is a gift, Hank. Don't be so brash. He turns back to the face to both of you. We all had, until now, was data. Conversations, evidence easily denied or destroyed by Lane. But the sinister ship hidden inside the station? Commandant grimmingly. There are hundreds of crews, thousands of residents who would give everything to protect Darkseid from a war. Common turns back to the ship, silhouetted against the starlight. We all need to do this, point them in the right direction. So we turn Darkseid on the ship and Lane at the same time. Common nods grimly. We'll leak it all. We'll leak it all. Send it through some mainframe, the ship's location, the evidence of Lane's betrayal, all of it. You're forgetting one thing, Hank interrupts. Until the ship leaves or is taken, they still have the mainframe locked down. We can't blast it out of its location through the network without taking it on first. Norman pauses, considering his options. You look out of the sinister ship, half concealed in the bay. It looks sleek, dangerous. What defenses might a ship like that deploy when threatened? Norman and Hank exchange looks. Then we attack first. Common and I will distract the ship's occupants, turn their focus away from the mainframe. Then you, Sleeper, hit the maintenance and force them out. As soon as the oversteer is released, you send out everything. Once it hits the network, you backup will come. He gives Hank a grim look. The only way to hold them off is for as long as it takes for the crews to realize that is happening. The plan feels desperate, and you know that Common and Hank still think so. Will the Darkseid really mobilize against a ship so quickly? Two old mercs against an unknown sinister force? Feels like an unwilling battle. We know the stakes, Sleeper. Hank takes a deep breath. We can handle them. Hank frowns. An unpleasant thought passes through her mind. I have given up everything to get Utsuba out. Let me finish the job. Okay, let's do it. Hank nods. Go to the mainframe and get set up. When you're ready to connect, let us know. Common pulls the hand on your shoulder. Once you start, don't stop for anything. Get the dead out. We meet our eyes and we will handle ourselves. You turn and glide away, looking over your shoulder at the two ex-mercenaries as they discuss the plan of attack. Seeming their ship back into the old roles, you can't help but wonder, does anyone ever outrun their past? Or is it always waiting there in the dark to claim you in the end? Let's start with preparing the hack. A little bit of stress, that's okay. And then I'll start some mainframe isolation. The heat inside the HEPEP core is intense. As you stare in the columns of the mainframe, it is blinking lights still keeping time. It's up, Nia. Wipe sweat from her forehead. Do your thing. You look around the ragged bay. Time to give Common the go-ahead. You glance at Hank thermal drive, now slotted into the main terminal, containing the data packed with everything you need to upset Lane and reveal the sinister ship. You hope it will be enough. You hold a finger to your earpiece and let Seraphim know the relay message through to Common. Alright. Seraphim's voice is heavy with worry. I'll tell them. A long pause. Be safe, Sleeper. Get this done and come back. I will. Good luck. The comms click off as Seraphim switches to comms channel. You wait, imagining the conversation. The terse words activating the plan. You wait long enough for Common and Hank to nod to each other, long enough for them to drop down through the maze of silence, to check the weapons they stole from Utsuba, to take their positions, and then to make their move. You grab the connector, and hold it behind your head, close to your access port. You silently count to 3 and then connect. At first nothing is strange. You jumped into the state of stasis, a small dark space with no cracks. The maintenance is locked down, shut off, squeezed into the grip of some drenched fist. Then you see it, a twinkle of light, a flicker of threads. The overseer flows into the space, and the torrent begins to run. A rushing grey pulse of data, the connective threads, the jewel of the mainframe. They grow inside the space that turns and grows. As you see their sleeper, overseer, separate and reforms within the expanding landscape. Who is this other one? An enemy! The overseer 3 heads nods. Then we'll do what is necessary. The overseer explodes. The points and lines of light that describes its human form separate and multiply. Constellations busting outwards like a 3 of a star. The overseer becomes plural. As they do, the darkness is pushed back and the extent of the mainframe is revealed. It is a stack of jeweled surfaces, each revealing more facets as the angle changes. From these facets, threads project, cutting out across the dark path that stretched the lengths of the entire station. Their engagement is an invitation. Oh man, it seems we are running out of time and we just get some load shedding here. But I will go on as long as I can, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we will make it to the end, but I probably only have like 30 minutes, or probably less. Let's see if I can bowl through him. You accept their invitation, sending yourself skimming through the lines of light, seeing how the station connects and hums with the flow of data. You see the highest power, the lowest hex, and then the origin of the dark. A squiggle of black wrestles around the single point. The Senesat ship, now a battleground. You see flashes and flickers of the overseer dances around it, cuts at it. But looking around, you see the overseer is everywhere now, multiplied in 1,000 forms, reunited with a system designed to serve them. They dissolve into it. You suddenly remember what needs to happen, what you need them to do. You send out a separate request, summoning Overseer, reminding them of your engagement. You take the bright polygon of the data packet and present it like an offering to the Overseer, who is the fuse crackling all around you. Fork in their reconstitution as a functional protocol. You receive no response. There is nothing more than a whisper, snatched away by the flow of the data rushing by. And then you hear a static in your earpiece. Instead of a desperate cry for a response, you see a bright point suddenly close inside the core of you, broadcasting going out from it like a beam of a lighthouse. You reach back and pull to the connector just to clear the brightness from your eyes, just to block the broadcast. I found you. Lane floats in the mainframe, sweat across his brow, his eyes steely cold. I finally found you. Nia slams into Lane, swirling her fists. You freeze, watching Lane fight back, hearing Seraphim's voice shimmering in your earpiece, passing on Carmen's desperate request for aid. I need to reconnect to the mainframe. You gasp at the connector and then drive it home. You are on the constellation of the dark side network. The exploded body of the Overseer stretched across it, as if it has been atomized. Lane is still a beacon. One of the flashes closed, but you do your best to ignore it and reach out to the Overseer once more. Remember me, protocol, you say. Remember your promise. Something begins to form, begins to flicker. As it does, you hear something outside the network. The bright crack of an electrical discharge, the grunt of pain and impact, and then silence again. The brightness grows, it draws closer, and the blinding light banks out everything. You open your eyes and smile like knives. Behind Lane's pale head, the body of a friend floats, stand in the dark. The finger of Lane's carried signal reaches inside your mind. You are boxed into a viewing window behind your eyes, a passenger in your own body. Lane is in control. Oh, it's so much easier now that I'm prepared. It's almost a seamless switch. Lane's face is in your vision, but his mouth does not move, and the duality of it, like a mirror, turned to face itself. In perfect unison, you and Lane lift your hands in front of you, your face, and turn them. Inspecting them, you feel sickened. A flare of panic goes off in your mind. Look at this. Lane opens and closes your fists in a motion like a wave that runs fingers to finger. There are improvements to be made, but this is remarkable. Lane's eyes look into your eyes, a perfect loop. I always knew your body was a gift, Sleeper, from the moment I first saw you. A gift that could not recognize, because you only saw a burden, something to be escaped from, but I saw what it was. Lane's eyes flash, an opportunity. Like a puppet, you are turned to face the mainframe. You glide towards a little hand reaching for the access terminal. X drive glints there in its slot. You control none of this. Lane's voice. Imagine having more than one body, more than one agent in the world to do your bidding. Your hands reach down, fingers and thumbs pinching delicately around the drive. It's a thrilling thought, and one I have harbored for a long time. With a short and sharp motion, you pull the drive free, and then I saw you, my Sleeper. I knew I must have you. You hear Seraphim's voice in your ear. Sleeper, Armor needs that signal to go out now. There is a panic in his voice. They can't hold out much longer. No matter how hard you try, your lips do not move. No words can be procured. You feel your hand under Lane's control. You reach up and pull the earpiece out, letting it float away into the chamber. Enough distractions. Your other hand holds up X drive, turning it into the light in front of your eyes. Some time ago, I set myself a task of changing you from a hollow thing into a vessel to be filled. Your finger and thumb transfer the drive into your palm, and now I am able, with your help of my allies, to fill you up. I am more than singular now, more than flesh and blood, more than you in my ambition, in my desire, and that means you are surplus to me now. Your fist glows hard around the drive, crushing it to dust. Weak and broken thing, your time has come. Lane's other body approaches you and lays its hand on either side of your head. You feel the pressure, you cannot move, you cannot resist. And then a spark. As one Lane's finger slips and depresses a little into the access port of your head, there's a flicker, a flash, and something passes through the space between, something writing a signal back into its broadcaster. We have not forgotten. You hear the Overseer. They are reconstituted. We are ready to act as one. Overseer holds a bright data packet in a single hand. We are broken, we are many, but now we are whole, and we appreciate that you have done. Overseer shapes the data packet into a point, a bright spear of light. The spear extends through your mind gently, harming nothing to you. Instead, its pointing fires the minds of the other, of Lane. It pierces it directly. You hear Lane scream as his implants burn in his skull, his head flaring bright white in the clouds. And then, when that mind has gone dark, and the pressure of the side of your head has receded, the packets explode across the network, white hot and urgent. In its wake, data points are seeded, conversations, coordinates, and conspiracy. At the further point of the network, its distract edge, the data packet arrives with little more force than an ocean, delivered to any device and terminal within its range. But there, and the epicenter, it blasts through you with such power that at the moment, every thought, every idea, every piece that might make up a self is wiped clean from your mind. takes a long time to put a person back together, a long time in the dark picking up the fragments of what once was whole. Like waking up from sleep, you can never be sure what piece might have gone missing in the reconstruction, what might have been lost. But you continue away through the haze cycles to face the distant voices. This is, after all, not the first time you have had to remake yourself, and you imagine it not be the last. You're up. Seraphim finds you looking out at the lone window of the rig's berth, a slit that stares out across the shattered edge of the dark side. It looks like it. Seraphim gives you a half grin. Hey, I can cover for you if you want to nap a little longer. Suddenly, Seraphim crosses the bunks and embraces you. He squeezes you once and then backs off, hands on both your shoulders. Good to see you up, he smiles. As always. Come on, we need to go find Bliss. Seraphim leads you out of the bunks, through the ship and down the docking tunnel into dark side. As you glide through the dock, he recounts what has been happening over the past cycles. You weren't the only one to take a beating. He squeezes through the group of cargo porters carrying crates. Hank and Common held out against the Senestat ship long enough, but they aren't without their share of injuries. They are back on their feet now, though working together, they've managed to quiet down some of the remnants of Utsubo, stop the factional infighting. They are clearing out one of the Utsubo safe houses over at the Rise. I'm sure they could use the help if you need something to do. Marco is here too. I thought I haven't seen him yet. Seraphim looks away. Hank pulled him out of the Tuba cell. Now they are working together. I should go see him, but Seraphim sighs. You feel like he hasn't quite accepted Marco's appearance. You aren't sure how you'd react to see him again either. Oh, and Carmen isn't sticking around. He's already left for Oliveira. Seraphim pauses for a second. A memory of that place comes back to him. You watch him shake the thought away. Junie, meanwhile, is still digging into all the data she pulled from the bunker. She's down in Hapep for most cycles, trying to make sense of it. Anyways, you'll soon catch up on everything. He smiles sympathetically, but there's something behind his look that you quite place. The two of you continue in silence, drifting into the depths of the dark side, good friends side by side. Seraphim leads you down the passage lined with bright screens and signs, sound and lights blasting out of the shop front on either side. You know the place, the Flicker Row. He stops outside a familiar door, and the shop you woke up on all these cycles ago. He gives you the door, a few quick raps on his knuckles. You wait. A sleeper. He shoots you a glance. Then you are ready. We should talk about the future, what comes next and all that. Whenever you like. Sleeper. Bliss opens the door immediately and jumps and gives you a hug. They let you sleepishly look between you and Seraphim. First step. I thought you'd both be celebrating your freedom. Don't want to overdo it. Seraphim shakes his head. Plus there's more important stuff to talk about. His eyes shoot up to the shop beyond. Bliss's voice drops. You sure, Seraphim? They just got up. Can't you wait a cycle? Seraphim looks up. They should know, Bliss. It's important. They nod hesitantly, then back into the shop, letting you come inside. Little has changed since we last were there. The stacks of service and refurbished hardware secured in a roof and wall netting, the connectors including the one that facilitated the reboot. Bliss and Seraphim follows behind quietly, and the atmosphere is immediately ominous. I've been keeping an eye on you these past cycles. Bliss hooks their legs onto a stool by the counter, making sure you are stable. Your frame, I'm sure you know, has been through a lot, and when Overseer pushes Lane out, well, things got more complicated. All the changes Lane made to your systems, he did it through your stabilizer. He laced it with proteins meant to alter your frame basic function, to accept the other emulations, other minds, to open you up to remote access. What Overseer did corrected some of that, or at least wiped it from the system, but the stress involved and the damage from your last partial reboot. Bliss falls silent and unable to answer their question. We need to finish the reboot, Sleeper. The one lane interrupted. Seraphim can always be relied upon to tell a few things straight. No, immediately, Bliss cuts in, but at some point soon. I'm not quite ready, but you know what you're up to. Bliss looks down. I'll get to work. Have a good one, Nerd Dragon. Thank you for sticking by him. I'm trying to rush through here as quickly as possible. My power is gonna disappear soon. How can we prepare? Bliss takes a deep breath. Look, I'll be honest. I know we need to finish the reboot lane interrupted, but I'm sure of it. But the effects, they shake your head. Your frame is complex to begin with, but after everything, the reaction could be bad. We can take more time and leave it there while Bliss stops suddenly. They are shooting to the door. Sorry, I am. Flint floats to the doorway, then looks at you wide-eyed. You're up? A smile crosses their face. Oh, it quickly fades. Good to see you, really. And you? Flint nods, and silence falls on the group. Flint has become my patient too. Bliss clasps her hand nervously together. We've been able to acquire some stabilizer from Lane's store, which has helped, but we don't have much of a supply. Bliss is going to reboot me, like you were. Flint cuts in. I won't need a stabilizer anymore. They sound almost excited at the prospects. You look at this. Flint knows the risks, but they have asked for the procedure. They give Flint a warning look. Still, they should be underestimated in the danger. Bliss looks at Flint. Sleeper will also need the reboot, but they don't have a choice in the matter. It's essential. Flint goes quiet. Bliss and Seraphim look nervous to you and see your reaction to all this. You like a spotlight is being shone in your face. All you want is some time alone to think. We should do it together, Flint speaks quietly. Whatever the risk, we risk it together. They meet eyes, eye to eye. I owe you that. Let me pick this up again in the future. Bliss tries to calm the tension. I still need many cycles to prepare, especially if I'm to reboot you both simultaneously. It will be your choice, Sleeper. You decide when they reach out and lay a hand on yours, but within this you will soon begin a decline. I'm sorry for that. Your head spins. Seraphim slaps a button to open the door. Come on, Sleeper, let's get some air. You follow him outside, but when you get there, all you can think of, you can't breathe. You don't need to breathe. The wave of claustrophobia passes over you. You're in control of the Sleeper. Seraphim stares at the lights and signs of Ricaro, looping us endlessly. You put what you need in order and will be able to right there with you. I got Bliss to teach me a little about the repairs she'll be going to do. Seraphim rubs his hands together. I know this is getting worse, but I'll do my best to keep you running. You let me know when you want to leave, and I will fly you out of this place faster than you can believe. He turns his face, and we can go wherever you need, he frowns. There's time for us yet. You never need to thank me, Sleeper. He pats you on the shoulder. Just look after yourself. I was also thinking. Seraphim looks away. I got a message from Oliveira. They're still getting to place together, but with Carmen heading back, the colony is starting a new chapter. Maybe we should head out there at some point to lend a hand. He pauses, unwilling to push it further. Just a thought. Anyway, just give the word. Seraphim smiles. We're all glad you're back. He turns and drifts away, leaving you among the cycle of colors and cacophonous sounds of Fricadro. You close your eyes and let the wash over you like a wave. There in the dark of your mind, you search for the Overseer, but the protocol does not appear. You wonder if in that final moment the Overseer might have destroyed themselves to end Lane. But then you feel it flickering nearby, a signal in the dark. You open your eyes and see something pass through the screen, a flicker, a shadow on all the brightness. Could Overseer still be there, in the ancient networks of the HAPIP? You turn away and glide off the row. You have other things to worry about now. I'm just gonna see if I can skip through some of this. Still recovering. Sorry, I'm gonna... Good idea. Can't lead anyone. Sorry, I'm just have to rush through this. Unfortunately, I don't have any choice here. Finish the reboot. Wait for bliss. I think I'll just try and do that one. Hopefully that's the last bit. Don't know how long I'm gonna have to wait, but I'm just gonna try and skip through some cycles and there you go. Judy knocks gently at the frame of the berth. The boy, sleeper, can I show you something? There's an excitement in her eyes. Judy talks most of the way down to the HAPIP facility. Is no short journey. She explained the scale of the data hidden within the station's mainframe, but also the issue with extracting it. When the HAPIP was built... Okay, I'm just gonna have to skip through, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry. Sorry, I'm just gonna... I don't even know. You guys can probably pause and see, but unfortunately this is where we're gonna have to end it. But we defeated Helene, and we got our brain back, I think. You feel it in the moment you wake, a flicker on the edge of perception, a sense beyond your body, blinking or struggling, and then numbness as something shuts off within you. A panic is instant, the feeling of something that's not being right within you. You're spiking your fear, but not the pain comes, you feel no further shifts, and the time stretches out. You settle again, you're calm yourself. You know immediately that this is Bliss was referring to. Your frames decline, the one the reboot should reserve. You flex a little as your body around itself collapses and something has changed. Hourglass, you've missed so much, I have no clue what's going on. Yeah, thank you so much there, Hourglass. I'm sorry, I have to skip through this as well. Currently my power's out as well, so I have to quickly just rush through as much as I can and see if I can get to the end here. Okay, we've gained a permanent glitch. The permanent glitch is presented in red in your glitch clock. You will not be expended when running the glitch. Okay. Okay. I'm getting tutorials, but I should be ending the game. Yeah, we're also missing a couple things now there, Enigma. But I can't carry on with this. I need to just try and see if I can find the end of this at some point. Otherwise, I think I'm just gonna call it here. Run out of time there, folks. We've run out of time. But thank you so much for joining us on this adventure. I will see if I can post something about the end there at something. But we defeated Lane and we did what I wanted to do. So that's it for me. I will see you all on the next episode. Hopefully we don't have any load shedding during the week. Otherwise we're gonna have to plan on some different times of streaming, but I'll keep you on the loop for that. But before you go, as always, let us quickly read something. We read from Galatians 5. For the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command: love your neighbor as yourself. If you bite and devour each other, watch out, or you will be destroyed by each other. And on that beautiful note, ladies and gentlemen, Ignigma, thank you for joining us. Ned Dragon, Pixels, good to have you, Pixels. We had Jurgentor, we had Dunstan, thank you so much, Bombcat, and Unity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here. And as you know, it is the 11th hour. Good night.